1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Još uvijek pričam, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Evo nas tu na stadionu, nema puno ljudi, jako loše. Ne vidim tvoju poruku trenutno, evo. Pričaj, nestaj, dobro, evo pričam. 1, 2, 3, 4, test. Dobar dan svima, kako smo, šta ima. Evo, Mislav hoda prema nama, ide prema kombiju, ide se skloniti u hlad, pošto su nesnosive vrućine. I tako, čovjek tu boja traku ovu, to jest ja mislim da je to neka vrsta crijeva, ako se ne varam. Nosi boju, nosi mačak i radi svoj posao. Šta još ima za pričat, ništa previše, evo on to boja, tamo je kafić, baš bi mi sjela jedna kava trenutno. I tako, hoćeš mi poslat poruku kad je dosta pričanja?
And a very warm welcome to everyone around the world, whether you're watching on the YouTube channel European Cricket Network or on FanCode in India, as I welcome you, Charlie Hunt, on comms duties here in Portugal. I welcome you to night 1 of 14 of the FanCode T10 Portugal here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. And whilst it may not seem it yet, but in just a couple of hours we will see some exciting T10 cricket under the lights as the sun slowly begins to set. As we get to take a look at game number 1 here in Portugal, we've got the Coimbra Knights versus the reigning champions of this tournament just over a year ago, Malo Calanders, as they are going to be batting here as they won the toss, and they're going to be putting themselves into bat here in game number 1. And you can just see we're almost ready here at the very beautiful ground here in Coimbra, but we're ready to get underway for the first game of the FanCode T10. It's a good start from Chris Redhead, the skipper for the Coimbra Knights. Just back of a length. It's a good start for the keeper as well. Girish Singh takes a good clean take outside the off stump. This is a bit of a slower delivery, but this is Fuller, and this is just played into the leg side, but it's well stopped by that man, Manjeet Singh. He keeps it to just the one. So off the mark are Malo Calanders. And a very good evening to everybody in the YouTube chat. Do get involved, as I really do enjoy everyone's contributions. It is just myself solo commentating here for the next 2 weeks in Portugal. We've got plenty of exciting cricket to come ahead. And this one just stays a little bit low. And he just squirts this into the leg side for a single. So a little bit about the tournament. We've got 14 nights of T10 cricket. So 2 nights a game. And then there will be some days where we may have 3 or 4 games as well. And this one again just staying a little bit low, as Amir Ikram was trying to just rock back, but didn't quite get this one in the right area. But it's a good start this early on from the skipper, Chris Redhead. And again, Fuller, and again missing out here, as Ikram again trying to make use of the square boundaries. And obviously, for those viewers that remember the tournament from last year, around April time I believe it was, we are on a ground that used to be a football ground. So the square boundaries from the middle are very, very short. They're less than 50. I believe one of them's 43 and one of them's 46. So it'd be interesting to see if they try and tackle that. But this has gone high in the air, and it's the first wicket of the FanCode T10 here in Portugal, as it's Andrew Winter takes the first wicket. That had some snow on it as it went extremely high off the bat of Amir Ikram, but he has to go for just 1, and Marlow are 2 for the loss of 1. He sets himself well, did really well. Watch this one, straight into the hands, into the middens, and he takes that one cleanly. So a good start here, and that took us to the end of the first over, and Marlow are 2 for 1. So again, gives me a good opportunity just to fly over to the YouTube chat. I can see Vinny Sandu in there, obviously enjoying a well-earned rest after a long day out in Rome again. It's certainly not as hot here, but it's getting there. It's probably about mid-20s, maybe late 20s in degrees Celsius. But again, Vinny in there as well. Vinny Fangirl. Oh, what I'd do to have my own Fangirl. Maybe one day, maybe one day. And I can see Mandrick and Dave S as well. Good to see everyone enjoying plenty of cricket. Obviously had an exciting day in Rome just a couple of hours ago now. We're going to see, it's going to be in the second over here, it's going to be Junaid Khan. And Junaid Khan, one of the top performers last time around, as he's looking to start off well in his first over here. Oh, this is Fuller, and there's a good bit of pace on this from Junaid Khan. Just rushing Mohammed Adnan at the striker's end. Just taking a look at this one. But no, as I said, Chennai Khan in last year's tournament, 7 wickets in his 24 overs that he bowled. And he had the best bowling figures of 2 for 3 off of his 2 overs first. So Chennai Khan, a more than capable bowler here. This just swings into the pads, but they come through. And it's going to be a leg bye, as signalled by the umpire out in the middle. So the 2 umpires out in the middle, we've got Conrad Greenshields, who is obviously well known to many viewers around the world. And we've also got Gert Oosthuizen, who is at the square leg umpire at the moment. So Conrad Greenshields, obviously, we've seen him. He can hit a long ball, certainly can. And this time, he's on umpiring duties. But once again, it's a real pleasure to be bringing you the footage here from Portugal, as the sun, well, it's a night series, but at the moment, the lights certainly aren't on. It's not needed at the moment. Obviously, this tournament taking place a little bit earlier on in the year last year in April. Just struggled with weather a bit, so hopefully no issues with the weather this time round. But this, again, is hit well, but it could be an opportunity here. But the skipper doesn't quite get round, and they end up coming through safely for just the 1 run. This is a good start for Chennai Khan. Yet to see a boundary off the bat here, or a boundary in general. Just as I say, that's going to come right towards me into the comm box, just as misses me ever so slightly there. But that's going to be the first maximum here in the FanCode T10 European cricket here in Portugal. Take another look here. Khan just a little bit too full, bit of a slot delivery, and his sails over the 50-metre boundaries. Would have covered any boundary really. That was a big hit. It's the first maximum here. And this one off the pads. This could run away. It might go all the way, and it does. So it's going to be 4 leg byes. So 2 consecutive boundaries. And Chennai Khan is going to be feeling a little bit hard done by here. This was a good delivery, good bit of swing, but evades the diving Giddish Singh, and it runs away for 4 leg byes. Again, as you can see there, Adnan, he's going well here. Talented batsman, we've seen him do it before. And again in a good area, and this is just squared it into the leg side, doesn't get a lot on it, just reaches the 30-yard circle, and Manjeet Singh throws that in. So a tight end to the second over, and after 2, Mallow are 15 for 1. And again, good to see James Stewart in the chat as well, and Sujit Yadav. I think you're all enjoying, or enjoyed the games out in Rome earlier today. And again, 2 more T10 cricket, so plenty of cricket on offer here. And you can see those are the 5 teams in this one. Coimbra Knights, the home team, and Gamblers SC, new team out here in Portugal. Be interesting to see a few of them. And then Gorka 11 and the Lisbon Capitals as well. The eyes will certainly be on the Marlow calendars. Every time the ECN has visited here in Portugal, they have been victorious. And so it's going to be Chris Redhead to start his second over, and it's a good start. Just back of a length, bit outside off, and Najam Shazad wafting away at this out on the offside, as Vinny just says he sent Corey's to his room. Our best wishes to both of them out in Rome, doing a splendid job here. As many apologies, bit of an issue, but I can tell you that this has been squared over the 30-yard circle, and again, because of the square boundaries, it's eventually actually well cut off by the skipper, Chris Redhead. Correction, this is Andrew Winters over, correction, many apologies. You can just see that, just squared it over the infield. It was a bit of foot fielding, a bit of almost a Ronaldo chop there. False start. So the umpire now is Gert Oosthuizen here on this striker's end. And Andrew Winter just dropping this on a good length again, this time respected by Shazad. It's going to be Andrew Winter to continue it. This has had a good start to his first over. Just the one off it, but this is a full toss. And well, that's going to be another maximum here. As that sails over, it's going to be the worst of the worst as it's given a no ball as well. So it goes from bad from worse. Winter had a good start to his over, but just falling off here as that's smashed into the leg side. It's going to be 6 runs and a no ball, so a free hit coming up. Take another look here. It's a good call from the umpire, just dipping slightly, but I have to say that was on the issue. But it's a free hit here. Takes a step away. But it's a good comeback from Winter. Showing good pace here. But burst through the gloves of Girish Singh. That's Prakash Gowda saying we would like to see commentators' face. Well, unfortunately, not today. But maybe throughout the next couple of 2 weeks you might get a little peek. Not that it's necessarily a positive one, as this is just respected back to the bowler. So this is a really good comeback from Andrew Winter. It's been a good comeback after the no ball 6. Can he finish off strong here? This is what well played. This is played into the offside. To the man at point. Good point, but he does well. Keeps it to just the one. So not a terrible over in the end. Good comeback from Andrew Winter, and at the end of the third, Marlow are 24 for 1. Very kind words from Sujit Yadav in the chat. It's very much appreciated. Thoroughly enjoyed my last few stints on commentary for the European Cricket Network. And that obviously does bring us to the end of the power play, something that I have to get used to, as I've only been doing the T20. So first I'm doing T10. Obviously more than used to it, viewing wise. Plenty of cricket on show, which is what we love to see. But we're going to see now the introduction of a bit of spin, as it's going to be Amit Kumar coming into the attack. Once again, I have to say that it's such a picturesque ground here at the moment. Be really good to see it when the lights come into play. Bit of right arm off spin. And umpire Conrad just giving him a bit of leeway here, but I think he was within the line, so I think he's actually got off pretty well there. So a good start here for Kumar. And this is up. There's an opportunity, but it just falls short. He might have taken a bit on the chin there. Body on the line here, which is good. Good to see. And see how much that every player wants to impress here. Doesn't really get a lot of turn, but just dropping short. It's a good effort from the man on the 45. And this time it's a full toss. And on any ground that might have run away for 4, but here today that's gone all the way. That's going to be 6 runs for Marlow. Kumar just getting this one a little bit wrong, too full. And talented batsmen like Mohammad Adnan aren't going to miss out on the towards that deep mid wicket. Can he have a response here? Misses everything. There's opportunity here. There's a bit of a wayward throw. They end up coming through safely for the 1 run. Mini FanCode just saying, wait, Conrad is umpiring. Conrad is indeed umpiring. He's done it plenty of times before locally, so more than a capable umpire, but also pretty decent cricketer. This is short. Actually played out to deep mid-wicket region, but it collected well by Manjeet Singh again. He's been pretty busy early on in game number 1 here. Just keeps it to just the 1. Again, even still with these short boundaries, it can be very rare to see any 3s, I reckon. I think if there's a 3, then it might be a little bit of a celebration. We continue nonetheless here. This is darted in. Bit of an appeal, but I think Kumar knew instantly that that was pitching outside leg. Possibly impact outside leg as we take another look here. They're certainly pitching and it's most possibly missing as well. As that brings us to the close of the fourth, and Marlow are 33 for 1. So only losing the 1 wicket in the 3 over power play, and only the 1 after 4. So they'll be happy with that. The key for Coimbra here is they need to restrict them to anywhere around below 120. I've been talking to a few of the players and a few of this sort of ground crew as well, and they've been saying obviously Portugal apparently has been going through one of the biggest dry spouts in terms of rainfall that they've had in their history. So the outfield's pretty electric, and obviously with the short boundaries, you add them together, then they reckon the par score is going to be looking around 120, 130. So anything below there, I think Coimbra Knights will be happy. But pace back into the attack, but this time it's going to run away, and that's going to skip away. It's going to go for another boundary. So Gurjit Singh into the attack. Not the start that he would have wanted. 4 runs for Marlow. Very thick outside edge. It runs away. However, the deep third man couldn't quite get around. He's now been pushed wider. I think if you're going to flash, that's going to be where it's going to end up going down towards the bar area. Don't get lost in there. Great facilities here in Coimbra at the Municipal de Miranda de Corvo. It's a good response. However, this was gone high. It's going to take some catching, but it doesn't matter because that's going to sail over the boundary. That's going to go all the way for another 6 runs here in Portugal. So 2 consecutive boundaries once again. However, last time we saw this, it was an opportunity of wicket. So it'll be interesting to see if Singh can have a comeback here. And there's an opportunity, and it is gone. So once again, 2 boundaries are followed by a wicket. It's a good catch out in the deep. It was flat and it was hard. It's gone, and he has to go. Does Shazad 20 off of his 12 deliveries. Marlow lose their second. They are 43 for 2. Take another look here. Back of a length, bit wide, and he's put a lot into this. It's flat, but it's a really good catch. I believe that might be by the man who I was talking to the skipper, Chris Redden. He informed me that this is Vikash Kumar's first ever game for Coimbra here. So what a way to make your debut, both in for Coimbra here. This is a good comeback again from Gurjit Singh with the ball. Got dispatched for 2 boundaries. Gets the comeback and he gets the breakthrough. So new man in is Hana Sarwar. Could be an opportunity here, but it's clipped over the bowler's head. And that man, bit of a fan favourite, is Handa Wadab. Everything to collect, and they come through for a single. So Sawar off the mark straight away. And it brings Adnan back on strike. 16 off of 11 for him. This is wide, but it's out to the man out there. And he eventually collects this up. And they're going to come through for just a single. So it doesn't cost anything, does the misfield. I know that there will be many people looking forward to seeing Panda with the bat later on. This is again on a good line and length, but just respectfully played into the offside. And it's collected by skipper Redhead, and they come through for a single, as that brings us to the midway stage. And after 5, Marlow are 46 for 2. So again, if you've got any questions throughout both this game and the second game, do drop them in the YouTube chat. I've got it just to my left here. So any questions, any queries, do get them in. As you can see here, the story so far: Ikram going early, just the 1 run, and then Shazad, he looked comfortable at the crease, but he was eventually taken well out in the deep by Vikash Kumar. But we're going to continue here, and it's going to be Amit Kumar to continue just the 9 off of his first over, with Sawar on strike. She's short, out into the deep. It's another opportunity, and he takes it. Rana Sawar has to go. Didn't quite look comfortable out in the crease, it has to be said. And Amit Kumar gets the breakthrough once again. Marlow are now 46 for 3. Take a look here. Rocks back. Doesn't get all of it, even on that short boundary. And it just falls right. It's a good catch out in the deep, it has to be said. He set himself well. That was Janai Khan. At the deep mid-wicket. Good catch out in the deep, and it brings the new batsman to the crease. A big hello to Vivek Davda. So hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network, as it brings the left-handed batsman to the crease. So this is going to mix things up a little bit. Got to change your line and lengths. Got to adjust. It's going to be a little bit of a competition here now. Just asking a few questions here as Asim Sawar this time into the crease. Getting a bit of bounce off the wicket is the right arm off spinner. That's a bit of an interesting way to welcome the batsman to the crease. That's certainly going to stick in his mind as he faces up for his second delivery. Oh, and it's been put down. And it has to be said that really did look like an almost simple caught and bowled. It was straight at him at a really comfortable height. And he's disappointed. He knows that that was a big opportunity to really get ahead in this game. Just clip back, just pops out. As this is played really nicely into leg. There's an opportunity here. Well, there was an appeal, but it didn't really take anything off there was no bails or anything gone, so I don't really know what he was appealing for, but I think he would have been close. Well, he was long gone, and I think the bowler had more time than he really thought. So he survives again. So Asim Sawar living life on the edge here. But this is really good stuff from Amit Kumar. And just as I say that, talk about the commentator's curse. That's short, and it's too short. And Mohamed Adnan is not going to miss out on that. And that's going to go for a maximum here in Portugal. Just a little bit too short as that sails over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Vital runs here for Marlow. Bit of a mixed over from Kumar, taking the wicket. 2 missed opportunities, one with himself and another run. But this is an appeal, but impact was looking very much outside leg. Opportunity for buzzers here, but don't take it on. So they're going to come through for the 1 leg by, and that brings us to the end of the 6th over, and Marlow are 54 for 3. And take another look here. Again, missing almost everything, it has to be said. But a good appeal nonetheless, very energetic. Got to ask the question. If you don't ask, you don't get. You take a look here at stats so far. So Amit Kumar, that's him bowled out. So figures of 1 for 16 off of his 2 overs. And he's going to be very happy there. As Dave Escher says, we want to hear a Maximo. So I like to save Maximos for certain opportunities. Obviously, it's a big word in the ECN family, as this is hit big into the legs. So it's going to take some cutting off, but he does really well, and that's Janai Khan as Gurjit Singh back into the attack. I think it's just going to be the 1 run, but just going back to that big word of Maximo. It will make an appearance. It will definitely make an appearance, but only for certain shots. But anyway, we continue on here. The left-handed Asim Sawar, who's played some elegant-looking shots. And this is dragged into the leg side, but it's done well by Vikash Kumar. And they come through for just the one. So this is really tight early on here from Coimbra Knights, and looking towards the back end of this innings now. Going to really need to be tight and make the most of what's been a really good start here. Vinny saying I'm a part-time Maximoer, so there will be an opportunity. Oh, and this is really unlucky, but at this point Marlow will take anything they can get, as that's a big inside edge, and it runs away towards the boundary. No one at fine leg whatsoever. It's a really good delivery. Good Yorker length right in the block hole. But this runs away towards the boundary. That boundary just releasing a bit of pressure, but Adnan looking comfortable early on. 28 off of 16 so far for him. And this is hit big into the leg side. And well, I think that's going to be my first Maximo here in Portugal. That's the biggest one we've had yet. And that's going to run away over the boundary onto the very, very dry surrounding areas. Too short from Singh, and he knew it instantly. And that's gone a long, long way out. And there's going to be a bit of an issue in trying to find the ball now, as that was dispatched by Mohamed Adnan. So he now moves into the 30s. Looking extremely comfortable out in the middle at the moment. As tournament referee, Tyrone Peters just having a little look as to where the ball is and where it's gone. And all three officials, so the two out in the middle and the tournament referee, all from South Africa. So plenty of Saffers, and I know we've got loads of South African viewers as well, as European cricket really has gone worldwide in the last couple of years. It's been really, really interesting and thrilling to see. But can he have a comeback? Well, he doesn't, as this is going to be consecutive maximums here. And Adnan moves now into the 40s, as that one wasn't a terrible delivery, but it was met with absolute power through the line. And that's going to sail over the head of Panda Wadab, and that's going to go for another 6 runs. Can he have a response? He needs a good response here. This is full. Mohamed Adnan looks as if he was trying to hit this to Porto, which is about an hour and 40 minutes away. He's trying to swing that into the hills. So a good close to the over with a dot ball off it. And that brings us to the end of the 7th over. And Marlow are 72 for 3. So there's a few questions of the field dimension. So square is, one side is 46 and the other 43 meters. And then straight on are the classic ECN 50 meters on the straight boundaries. So obviously, as I mentioned previously, if you've only just joined, you are joining us for the FanCode T10 here in Portugal. Myself, Charlie Hunt, bringing you the commentary alongside everyone else at the ground as well. But no, so this ground currently, or used to be, an old football ground, hence the stand, and it was then passed down to Coimbra Knights, the home team, who are obviously playing in this game as well. So a bit of home advantage in game number 1 here, and we're going to see the skipper back into the attack. And it's hit into the leg side, but there's a man out there. Oh, and it's burst through the hands, and it's gone all the way for 6 runs. It's a huge missed opportunity. And again, with these short square boundaries, you're either going to pick him out or it's going to sail over his head. But this time going for the flatter option. Just see. Bit unlucky was Vikash Kumar, took a good catch early on. But that one breaking through. It's 6 runs for Marlow. Well, this has gone high. It's going to take some catching. And he takes it. It's great work from the skipper. Really good comeback after a missed catch out in the middle. But this time, makes the most of it and takes it himself. He says, well, if no one else is going to do it, I'll just have to do it myself. And the left-handed Sawar has to go. And Marlow are now 78 for 4. Watched it all the way. Those Sunnies making the most of their usage. And again, even though this is technically classed as a night series, I don't know how much night we will see. Obviously, the start times are in the afternoon, towards the evening. Obviously, the second game's later on. However, just wonder if we are going to get much of any night games. Not complaining, obviously, but it'll be interesting to see if we can get some usage out of the floodlights around the ground. Outstanding facilities here in Coimbra. It brings another left-handed batsman to the crease. That's good work by the keeper, and that's Girish Singh. As that's Jayesh Popat facing his first delivery. So no success. What can he do here? It's his short into the leg side. There's a man out there, and it's burst through again. It goes through him. So Chris Redhead getting a little bit hard done by here. That's the second one this over that's gone through his fielders. Just back of a length, rocks back, went for the catch, which I like to see. Not really protecting the boundary, knowing that if he can get the wicket, that's almost a bit of a bigger opportunity at this point in the game. But another boundary nonetheless. And this one looked a little bit slower from my angle, which almost makes sense as to why Popat looks as if he's a little bit early on that one. Trying to hit this towards the long on and mid-wicket boundary. And this time, playing across the line, and it's a simple mission of you miss, I hit, and Redhead gets his third. And it's the second of this over. You just see here, there's a good length. He's, again, might have been just holding back the pace a little bit. He just seemed very early on this one. Plays all around it, middle stump goes. And at the end of the 8th over, Marlow 82 for 5. So again, a good start from the host club, Coimbra Knights, here in the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal. So a bit of an interesting conversation going on. Obviously, not sure if it's being picked up on the effects mic, but new bowler Andrew Winter coming back into the attack, and his instructions to his fielders on the long off and long on boundaries were, don't worry about the catch, just stop the 6. That one doesn't matter where you are, because that's going to go all the way, and it's another maximum here in Portugal. Doesn't matter where you hit it if there's no fielders there. And that goes under the stand. So not the start that Winter would have wanted coming back into the attack. Bit of a slot delivery. This is pulled from outside the off stump and across into the leg side for another 6 runs. And there's a little bit of a nick there, and the finger has been risen, and he has to go. A good comeback again from Andrew Winter. This was a better length delivery, good line as well. Line wasn't that much different, but the length was just dragged back ever so slightly, and you can see Adnan was reaching, but he has to go. So he falls 4 shy of his half century as he goes for 46 off of 21. And Marlow now are 88 for 6. So, getting a little bit greedy there, possibly it was Adnan, and he has to go. But certainly left his impact on the game after making 46. So it's going to bring the new batsman to the crease. Yasir Sabir. And he's got 10 deliveries now to put a big impact here on this game. And this is just played sensibly into the onside, and it's collected by Manjeet Singh. And they come through for a single. So Sabir off the mark straight away. So 2 fresh batsmen at the crease at the moment. And now we're going to see Ali Mehdi facing up for his first delivery. And it's good to see that Vinny Sandhu's catchphrase is certainly taken the world by storm. This time he goes into the leg side, and that's a good way to get off the mark as that clears the stand, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs into the wasteland behind the football stand there. Oh, it's technically a cricket stand now. But what a way to get off the mark for Mehdi, making the most of those short square boundaries. And those boundaries really are almost virtually impossible to defend as a bowler. You can only put the fielders on the boundary, but when they're that short, it only needs an outside edge to clear. Can he have a response here? It's Fuller, which is pushed into the offside. It's thoughts of 2, and they come back and they take on Panda's arm. It could be close here. But they do so, and they end up coming through for the second. So good running out in the middle. Any runs here are crucial. You can see there the non-striker Yasir Sabir was very much set on going, but a bit of a closer throw, and it might have been close. The keeper left with a bit of work to do. I think it would have been safe. Off the pads, and again into the leg side. It's just going to be the 1 leg by, and that brings us to the close of the 9th over. Marlow at 97 for 6. So that's really, again, tight bowling from Andrew Winter to finish off his spell. It's going to be interesting to see who bowls this last over. My money is going to be on Junaid Khan, and it looks like it will be. And it is going to be Junaid Khan, so he's going to be looking to add to his first over. No wicket for him yet in this game, but his first over only going for 8 runs. So you feel if they can keep this under 10, and Cobra Knights know that they've been set at a total that is below par. But here we go for the final over of the first innings of match number 1. And we're going to start with a wide. So Junaid Khan is going to have to bowl that one again. And that's actually the first wide of the game. So comes here in the 10th over. Just goes to show the skills that are on show here in Coimbra. And this is full and straight. Very simple cricket. You miss, I hit. And Mehdi, after hitting the ball into the moon on the leg side, misses this one all around, and he has to go. And the bell at the bar is ringing. And that means that Marlow now fall to 98 for 7. Really good length. Wasn't too full in a sense that it was a bit of a slot delivery. Almost a really good Yorker length. Good delivery from Junaid Khan, and that gets his wicket column underway in this tournament. Brings the new batsman to the crease. Walid Amjad. He's only got one thing on his mind, and he's got to go big here. This is a full toss, and it has been called a no ball. So Junaid Khan getting this one a little bit wrong, but luckily not dispatched for a 6. But it has been called a no ball. So it is going to be a free hit. Take another look here. It's a good call from square leg umpire. Gert Oosthuizen out on the square leg at the moment. So it's going to be a free hit. And it's full. And it's going to go. And he's taken the catch. But I don't think they've realised. They've still not realised. Well, it could be a run out. It's all happening here. And eventually, they do get the run out off the no ball. So almost a bit of cat and mouse as they celebrated taking the catch. And there was a bit of a celebration. A couple players realised eventually it was thrown in, but they went for the run and it was almost suicidal in the end. And he has to go as we take another look here. Squared over the infield into the offside. Takes it on the second go. Look, the celebration. Skipper knows instantly. And he said, oh yeah, that's me. Got to throw it in. And it's a good throw. And Khan does the rest of the work. And that brings us another wicket. And now Marlow are 101 for 8. It's all happening here in Portugal. Yeah, there's another opportunity, but it's been put down and they come through. And they come through for the single. It's all happening. Normally what happens in the 9th, but it's all happening here in the 10th over. Pure entertainment here on the European Cricket Network. There's a thick outside edge. And again, gets put down. He's been pretty tidy with the gloves. Has goodish sink, but this one goes astray. And this is a good delivery again in the death. It's just be played out to Pandawadab, and he does the work, and they come through for just the single. So apologies, there's just a bit of a delay on the scorecard. And there's a bit of a way movement from the batsman, and it's a dot ball. A couple players believe that to be the last ball, but it's not. It's only got a couple remaining. Obviously the no ball and the free hit. So this is apart from the no ball free hit, this is a tidy over from Junaid Khan. Full hit well, but straight to the diving Chris Redhead, and they just come through for the single. And that does bring us to the close of the 10th. And what a start we've had here at the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal in match number 1. And at the end of the 10 overs, Marlow Calanders found themselves at 104 for 8. So 105 is the target for the Coimbra Knights here. As we saw some exciting cricket in the first innings of match number 1 here at the Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. As we get to take a look at some of the highlights of the first innings here. The skipper opened up, and this was hit high. It had snow on it, but it was well gathered by Andrew Winter, and that was the first wicket. As Ahmad Ikram didn't really trouble the scorers, only the 1 run off the bat for him. But this time, we then got to see Mohamed Adnan go big, and what an innings he played. A real crucial innings in the context of this game, as without his runs, then Marlow really would have been struggling. But he ended up scoring 46 off of 21 deliveries for him. 1 4, but 6 maximums in his innings, so he went for a strike rate of 219. But again, no shock to the system that we saw. Short boundaries on the square. Boundaries, they were attacked, and if they were hit well enough, they were punished. There was also a few squirmy shots, a few edges flying away. So is a tell. But that was one of the best shots of the innings. Straight back over the bowler's head. And almost on any ground, that would have been a maximum. But that was a good catch out in the deep by Vikash Kumar. It came to him flat, came to him quick on his debut for the Coimbra Knights. You can see just how much that meant to him. I do feel, looking throughout these highlights and after the first 10 overs, that pace off might be the option here. You feel that if you make the batsmen generate their own pace, then they might struggle. But again, good bowling 9 times out of 10 from the Coimbra Knights. Wasn't very many slot deliveries, however that one was, and that one was the biggest of the day so far. was dispatched over deep mid-wicket. And then we saw the skipper again. He had a bit of luck, bit of misfortune, but this time he turned around and went, well, if you want a job doing properly, do it yourself. He took the catch, so he grabbed another wicket as he finished the figures of 3 for 12 off of his 2 overs. Conrad at just 6 and over. More importantly, taking 3 big wickets. And there's one again, straight through the gate. Simple cricket, you miss, I hit. A game that does sound ever so simple. You can see, absolute joy on the face. But then Andrew Winter came into the attack back again. He's instantly dispatched into the leg side once again for another maximum. So plenty of cricket left out here, as Marlow, they now require 105 for victory off of their 10 overs. And we're going to see what that's going to entail as we take a look at the final highlights here. And again, Junai Khan finished well. Apart from the no ball, he finished well in his final over. Really good bowling in the death, good Yorker length, and ended up with taking a scalp with him as he finished for 1 for 15 off of his 2 overs. But there was a bit of comedy, as there always is. And off the no ball, he got the wicket. That brought us to the end of the highlights package there. And after the 10 overs, Marlow Catalanders are 104 for 8. So we take a look at the scorecard. And you can see only one man really getting going. Mohammad Adnan, 46 off of 21. Najam Shazad, plenty of talk about his name on the European cricket circuit. And you can see 20 off of 12. But apart from that, no one really getting going. Only 2 batsmen in to double figures. But it has to be said that the bowlers, as you can see here, only 10 extras with just the one wide, leg byes with 7 leg byes and 2 no balls. So bowling, they bowl tight, but they've got it all to do with the bat. And it's going to be really interesting to see. We're going to take a little bit of a break here, but we'll be back in around 10 minutes or so. My name's been Charlie Hunt, and you are watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here on the European Cricket Network. A warm welcome back to the Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, for the European Cricket Network here for the second innings of match number 1 in the FanCode T10. European Cricket T10 Portugal here. As you can see on your screens, we are just about ready for the response from the Coimbra Knights, as they've been set 105 for victory. And there is no surprise that we're going to see opening up for Marlow. It's going to be Najam Shahzad. He had 7 wickets. Actually had 10 wickets in 24 overs in last year's tournament, with bowling figures, his best bowling figures were 3 for 3. We're underway here in the response. We're going to start in European fashion. We're going to start with a wide delivery. Let's take another look here. Shahzad just faring off to the offside, and it is given a wide by umpire Conrad Greenshields, alongside Gert Oosthuizen again for this innings. And this is again going to be given a wide ball. So just struggling ever so slightly early on here, Najam Shahzad, a more than talented all-round cricketer, both with bat and ball, and in the field as well. I'm sure we'll see plenty of examples of it later on as this tournament unfolds. But once again, a very warm welcome whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. And this time it's going to be another wide, but this is going to be worth a lot more. This is going to be 5 wides, and it's going to be the first boundary in the response. Not off the bat though, but it's a boundary nonetheless if you're a Coimbra Knights fan. Getting this one all wrong, and Shahzad struggling now. This is as wide as they get. No wicketkeeper was getting to that. Carried on going away and away and away. Again, if you are in the YouTube chat, do fire any questions my way, and if not, my Instagram is always open for any questions as well. And this time he's on the money, and it's met with a solid forward defence from Manjeet Singh, who is technically only just faced his first delivery. So off the first delivery, Coimbra Knights are 7 for none off of just the one delivery, the one legal delivery, that is. Good to see Archie Watsit in the chat as well. I know he's been viewing the Italian series out in Rome as well as this one. Just trying to play this off the back foot into the offside, but gets it all wrong. Does well not to get a nick on this one. This is a good comeback so far from the Najam Shahzad, after going for 7 without bowling a legal delivery. So a bit of pressure on him now. If there's ever a man to come back from that, certainly is this man. And this just stays low, and he's gone. As it stayed low, it was a bit of a half tracker. It just skidded on, and Manjeet Singh is going to have to go without troubling the scorers. He goes for a duck, and Coimbra Knights are 7 for 1. And this one came in a long, long way. And Conrad Greenshields, he was pretty certain, and he gave that one, so he has to go. And it brings a new man to the crease. So a good comeback from Najam Shahzad. This time getting the opener early on, and he was not able to trouble the scorers. So we just take another look here. It's a tight call. Impact is very tough, and height as well, you'd have to imagine. Just given out on the field, so he has to go. So he is gone. It brings the new man to the crease, and that is Vikash Kumar, the man with no number on his back. So good, he doesn't need a number. And Vinny just saying that he's probably going to be able to stick around for the second innings of match number 1, and he's probably going to go into lurkers mode. Now I do wonder if I'm going to do my own version of a lurkers call out. I did them a few times last time when I was out in Crefeld for the T20 internationals. Maybe we'll have one or two. We'll see. We're back to the action here. And Vikas Kumar on the drive. This is well stopped by the fielder. And it's a dot ball to start for Kumar. And I know there are certainly a few lurkers about. I've been lurking over the last couple of days as well. Obviously travelled yesterday. Flew into Porto and had an hour and a half drive. So certainly a bit of lurking going on. And this is short outside the off stump. Doesn't get this one right. Doesn't cost him anything. And it's just another dot ball. So this is a good over from the Najam side. If he can get another dot ball with 7 off the first with the wicket, he can be happy. No runs coming off of the bat so far. And Kumar advances. It's just dragged into the leg side and they don't come through for a run. So that's going to be the end of the first and a mixed over for both teams. And Coimbra Knights after 1 over, 7 for 1. And as we see here, could it be on? We're at 389 matches without a golden ball. Now I know earlier on in the day that a certain Corey Rutgers was saying that he would be very, very upset if we had a golden ball out in Portugal before they have one out in Italy. Obviously Italy in total will be there for 5 weeks. They're obviously in the middle of the 4th at the moment. But 389. And if there's none in this one, they were into the 90s. 390 after this game. But with a total of 104, depending how the next 2 overs go in the power play, we could be very close. But we're going to see Ali Mendy into the attack now. And just in similar fashion to Najam Shazad, Syed Ali Mendy starts with a wide ball. And this is a really good shot, but it's straight to the man from Junaid Khan. But they do come through for a single. We're interested to see if that was a catching opportunity, but he looked solid early on. Obviously, Junaid Khan scored 43 not out against this Marlow team last year. He had 441 runs in total in last year's tournament, so certainly looking comfortable, but this is just clipped off the pad. Again, bit of movement off the seam. This looks like it was definitely going down the leg side. As apparently Corey's exact words, but if Charlie gets a golden ball, I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Now that doesn't surprise me, but I tell you what, sometimes you just get a feeling. But we're not going to talk about it. I'm not going to jinx it. If it happens, it happens. We're going to carry on. And this again stays low, but again looks as if it was going down the leg side. And it's another leg by, signalled by the umpire there. Be very interesting to see if we do get a golden ball. I wonder if it's going to get to that 400 mark. Now that certainly would be very, very outstanding, it has to be said. And this one stays even lower, and you can see to Kumar's astonishment how low that stayed. Now, just looking at the pitch, there's a couple of areas on obviously his AstroTurf wicket, as we're all accustomed to by now. So there's a few areas that if it clips the wrong area, it'll either stay low and it will skid along, or it will really jump up and rise on the batsman. It doesn't matter, as that's going to sail over, and that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs here for the Coimbra Knights. And the bell is run, and you can see on the top right of your screen there the infamous Panda with his pads on. But a good shot from Vikas Kumar. Didn't quite get all of it, but again with those short square boundaries, that's all you need to get on it for it to run away for a boundary. It's a comeback, but it's going to be given a wide by umpire Gert, as took a little bit of a minute just to have a think about that one, but I think that was given the right call. Obviously profile changed, but it was given a wide. So you'd have to bowl this one once again. Short and flashed hard, and that's going to sail through the offside, and that's going to be another boundary. Good over this, and a good end to the over for the Coimbra Knights. Vikash Kumar just puts his weight onto his back foot. Not a lot of foot movement, but the weight transfer into the back foot, and then slices this through the infield, and it runs away for 4 runs. As that brings us to the close of the second. Coimbra Knights are 20 for 1. So once again, just able to have a little look at the 5 competing teams in this tournament. Obviously, Coimbra Knights and Marlow Calanders. Obviously, Marlow defending champions. They're going to look to really build on what some people have been saying, or calling them, should I say, are the kings of Portugal. But I like alliteration, so I call them the princes of Portugal. But it's going to be Najam Shazad to continue here. Short back of a length and just played into the offside. Eventually fielded. And they come through safely for the single. As I don't know if that was picked up again, but there's a very passionate fan in the bar. Good to see. There's a very lovely setting, it has to be said. My angle from where I am. Obviously got the cricket in front of me, but the mountain range behind as well. And this is again digged in. This is well played. Just dabbed into the offside and they come through for a single. So good running early on here. There's a bit of a change in field as long on becomes pretty much a deep mid wicket. It doesn't matter where you put your fielders. If you change your field on the leg side and you bowl on the off, it doesn't seem to add up. And that's going to squirt through the outfield again, and it runs away for another boundary. And once again, Junai Khan looking comfortable. A lovely shot, square of the wicket, and it runs away for a boundary. So 4 runs to the total. These two looking comfortable out in the middle at the moment. And one of the top bowlers in the region at the moment, Najam Shazad, getting a little bit of tap at the moment. This is again played into the offside, but played too well and straight to the man. And it ends up just being a dot ball eventually, as it's backed up well by the man on the 45. Hunter just asking, is this the last match of the day? It is not. These two teams will go at it again after a bit of a break in between games, but they'll be back at it after this match. So a match and a half to go. Plenty of cricket. Plenty of games throughout the day. 2 different countries. Stays low, and he does well to dig this out, and they scamper through safely for a single, which is good cricket. Something that I do like to see, if you can really push the one hard, and in some instances it just makes the second even easier and you come back pretty comfortably. So Shazad, it's not been a terrible over. There was a change in field and then ended up bowling it wide outside the off. It ended up going for a boundary, so interesting thinking from the bowler. This is Fuller. It's a big appeal, but I think it was certainly going down leg side. Bit of a half of an appeal, we'll say. So as we take another look here, they did end up coming through for the 1 leg bite, certainly going down leg. Not even close to hitting 5th or 6th stump. But that brings us to the end of the 3rd over, and at the end of the power play. The Coimbra Knights are 28 for 1. Take a look here. Just that both teams only losing the 1 wicket in the power play. So it's going to be very interesting to see where the game goes from here, how it unfolds here on the European Cricket Network. And again, the one passionate fan offering his bit of advice, saying they're right on par, Vikash. As we said, they are on target at the moment. See the run rate required now at 11 per over, which is more than doable here on this ground with the short boundaries. But we're going to see a change of bowling. It's going to be Asim Sawar into the attack. He's going to be in to bowl his first over. But once again, it's an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here in Portugal, alongside Vinny and Corey out in Rome at the moment. And we're ready to get underway here in the fourth. Bit of left arm leg spin by the looks of it. And this is just played into the leg side. And Shazad picks that up. And it's just going to be the 1 run. So on the money straight away was Sawar. Certainly is leg spin, and this is again squirted into the leg side. Not pushing that 1 run hard. They're going to come through for just the 1 run. But once again, very difficult. If you hit it well enough, which he did there, straight to the fielder, it's very difficult to come back for that second. But this is looking tidy early on here from Sawar. And this time doesn't get enough on it whatsoever. Barely gets out of the 30-yard circle. In fact, I don't think it does, and it certainly didn't. So, got nothing of this. A little bit early on it, but it's just come through safely for the 1 run. It's hit well, and it bakes through the hands of the man at cover. And again, just through for the 1 run. So this is just rotating the strike at the moment. And again, the key aspect of T10 batting, if you can keep dot balls to the minimum, then you're on the right track. And that one would have been a bit of a wrong one as it spun away from the right-handed batsman. And just from my angle, just trying to get a bit of a closer look at to what his spin is. And this time it's hit really well, and that's straight to me. 1 bounce. But that bounces over the boundary, and it's 6 runs, so a really good way to end the over, as you see here. Bit of a slot delivery, and Vikash Kumar's not going to miss out on that one, as I was a little bit worried for equipment at that point. But a good end to the over, and after 4, Coimbra Knights are 38 for 1. And you can take a look here at what's coming up for here on the European Cricket Network. Obviously, we still got Italy and the Super Series to come, but we then move to Germany for 4 weeks, and then Belgium for 2. And I believe I'll be alongside Vinny Sandhu for the Belgian series, so certainly looking forward to that. But once again, plenty of cricket coming up here, and obviously we've got 2 weeks, 14 nights of the night series here, the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. Plenty of cricket to choose from. So do subscribe if you're watching on our YouTube channel, as we're now into 5th. And that is absolutely dispatched into the leg side. That might be the biggest of the day, and that's going to be a Maximo here in Portugal. That is an absolutely outstanding hit into the leg side. Wasn't a terrible delivery. If anything, you just argue it was a bit of a slot ball, but it's punished. It just goes to show the talent that is on show in Portugal at the moment. You can see they're at this stage. Marlow with 37 for 1, so just ahead at the moment. That boundary certainly helps. It was almost worth. And I know what Rico would have been saying if he was here. Obviously, Rico was here last time. I know what Rico would have been saying at that point. And it goes for it again. Gets a bit of an inside edge on this, and that's Mohamed Adnan. Good comeback from him after getting dispatched for the biggest 6 of the day so far. And you can just see with the shadows now, the sun is slowly starting to set. So I reckon for that second game, we'll get a bit of lights action, which will change things up as well. This is slower, but this is going to go into the leg side, and that's going to go all the way over the stand once again, and it's going to be another 6 runs for the Coimbra Knights. Much to the happiness and celebration of the on-watching Coimbra Knight squad out in the stand. Vikash Kumar Well, don't forget that this is his debut here for the Coimbra Knights. And he certainly making an impact early on for his new team. 23 off of 14 for him now. 2 4s and 2 6s so far, as there's just a bit of a pause in play. Just trying to work out as to why there's a bit of a pause. But anyway, as we get towards the middle part of this game, I'm going to take the opportunity to say, let's have a bit of a lurkers call out, shall we? If you are watching on YouTube and you've got an account and you're subscribed to the European Cricket Network, let us know where you're watching from. Got myself in the comms box tonight, Charlie Hunt, here for the European Cricket Network in Portugal. Let us know where you're watching from, who your favourites are for this tournament, who do you reckon is going to be a bit of a shock to the system. But any questions as well, get them in. I'll certainly try my best to answer them. We've got a new ball. I think we might have just lost the ball there. So that's another kookaburra gone. He's going to need a response here, is Mohamed Adnan. Coimbra Knights looking set here. That's sensible cricket from Vikas Kumar. Gets the big maximum and then just plays this into the offside for a single. Good cricket here from the Knights. And James Stewart saying, we've had the commentary tent that flew away, the ice cube that's melting, and the car that was freezing. What will happen to Charlie's commentary shed? Time will only tell. James, time will only tell. Hit into the leg side. Doesn't get all of this. Just falls short of the man out in the deep. That's Waleed Amjad. And they just come through for the 1 run. So, we've got Archie Watson saying he's watching from Swindon. A very good evening to you. Been to Swindon many a times. Used to live up in a little village in the Cotswolds called Burford. Used to go to school there as well. Also Catch Channel as well. And Mars as well. And again, played very sensibly into the offside. And the man out in the deep comes around and cuts that one off safely. And again, that brings us to the halfway stage. And after 5 overs, the Coimbra Knights are 54 for 1. So again, Mars as well. And Vinny, obviously, lurking from my hotel room in Rome. I hope you've got a bit of aircon in that hotel room, as I'm sure. Temperatures are soaring out in Rome at the moment. But you can just see here, these two looking a little bit comfortable at the moment. Junaid Khan and Vikas Kumar. 25 off 16 for Kumar. And Khan 17 off 11. Started off strong. Khan just playing a bit of a second seat here. I'm sure he's more than happy to do so when you've got someone like Vikas Kumar at the far end. This is hit into the leg side by Kumar. To the man, and they just come through for the single. Half a pound TV saying he's watching from England, Bradford. Very good evening to you. And this is again dispatched into the leg side. It doesn't matter where you put your fielders because they're not going to cut that one off. And it's another maximum here for the Coimbra Knights. Khan getting in on the action now. 2 full in the slot, and he's not going to miss out there. It's in his arc, and it goes all the way, and it's been punished. Coimbra Knights slowly running away with this now. Sawar under pressure once again. Short. And hit well, and it's going to take some cutting off, and he doesn't get there. And it's consecutive boundaries, so 6, then a 4. And the Knights are slowly running away from this now. And as I said, that Junaid Khan was taking a bit of a backseat here. He's turned around and gone, well, Charlie, I can hear you, and I've had enough. He's gone 10 off the last 2 deliveries with 2 outstanding cricket shots. Asim Sawar again under the pressure here. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's a really good comeback. Good line and length, but well watched by Junaid Khan. Sensible batting. He's just had 10 runs off of only 2 deliveries, and he knows he doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks. He just plays that into the offside sensibly for 1 run. So again, no dot ball. 39 off of 26. required. Oh, and that's good work by Rana Sawat, who hasn't really had much to do with the gloves behind the stumps. Quick hands here, but I think he was pretty comfortably in. There's a bit of back foot movement, but not enough. He ends up being pretty safely in. So Vikash Kumar, once again, just to reiterate, making his debut for Coimbra Knights as a club. Oh, and again missing out. It could be close here. Certainly, it's a lot of yes, no, maybe, yes, no, no. And it ends up just being a dot ball. And that brings us to the end of the 6th over. And the Coimbra Knights are running along with it. 66 for 1. Let's take a look here. Only Shazad early on getting the breakthroughs. He ended up with 14 for 1 off of his 2 overs. And then apart from that, everyone's really been getting a little bit of tap. There's Adnan going for 16 off of his 1 over. And it looks like we're going to get a new bowler, and it's going to be Yasir Sabir coming into the attack. And Prashant just saying boundary too small. Well, I think with some of the hits we've seen, doesn't matter where you put the boundary, you're going to be pretty much sailing over them 9 times out of 10 if you hit them that well. And Hunter just saying he really misses the word bale bale shaba shaba. Well, don't worry, Rico will be returning to your screens very, very soon. I believe he's coming in for the first series in Germany. But it is now Sabir into the attack. Back of a length. It's a good start. So 39 required off of 23 here. Certainly not out of the Ayat Marlow. But when you hit it like that on a ground like this, it doesn't really matter because that's another boundary. And the Coimbra Knights now move into the 70s. Just too wide from Sabir. The length wasn't an issue. But again, you just wonder there, going for the foot fielding rather than trying to get down and just get something on it. But it's difficult when it just runs down. There's a little bit of a dip on the offside. It runs down that. It's really difficult to judge. Chennai Khan moves into the 30s now. And again hits as well, but this time it is stopped by the man at cover. And that is Mian Shahid. This time gets it wrong. So if I need to make a correction, Rico will actually be back on Monday for the Super Series week in Italy, alongside special guest Nikki Chowdhury, of course. Nikki, who I've known through the industry on LinkedIn. She's really looking forward to making her debut, but this is just played into the offside by Vikash Kumar for a single. But no, a very good luck to Nikki Chowdhury, whether you're watching. Very good evening to you. You're in great hands alongside Rico Fool, a man who I've had the pleasure of knowing. I don't know if he's had the pleasure, but I've had the pleasure of knowing him for a very long time now. But very good luck to Nikki later on. Advances down the track. Hits this well, but there is a man. It's Ali Mehdi on the long off boundary, and it's just the 1 run. So even better news for those wanting a bit of bale. You don't have to wait that much longer. It's even shorter than I first anticipated, but he will be back soon. This hasn't been a terrible over from Sabir, just the 1 boundary from it. This one's staying low and evades everyone. And that's really tough on the wicketkeeper. There's really not a lot that he could have done there. Just stayed low. And eventually, it just had evade him completely. You see here, stays low. It's a horrible, horrible bounce off the grass turf. And it runs away for 4 byes. That boundary brings us to the end of the 7th. And the Coimbra Knights are now 77 for 1. I have to say, this game is certainly not over at the moment. 28 required now off of 18. So that run rate is just over 9. And you can see here, there's the lineups for the second match of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And believe there are a few changes, which we'll run through later on throughout the day. But just goes to show plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Now, very interestingly, and I'm not going to say much about it, there hasn't been much talk of the golden ball. Now, I know there was the tingling feeling as we continue here. And there's a man out there. This could be huge. And he takes the catch. And how big could that wicket be in the context of this game? Just as I was mentioning how close this could end up being. One of the in batsmen has to go, and that man is Janai Khan. You see here from Mehdi just on the leg side trying to clip this. Doesn't quite catch all of this, and ends up being a pretty comfortable catch out in the deep, and he has to go. But a good innings from him, 34 off of 19 from him, and he has to go. 3 fours, 2 maximums in his innings, but it brings certainly a fan favourite to the crease. Panda Wadab waltzes his way to the crease, and the equation is simple. 28 required off of 17 deliveries, just about 9.5 and over now. But once again, no one really saying anything about a tingling sensation. I don't know if the robot's in tonight. It's very interesting. But Panda Wadab, it's a dead ball. Dead ball has been called. And I think everyone's a little bit confused as to why. As I have to admit I am as well, but I'm sure we'll find out. As there's a bit of communication between the on-field umpires and the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters, who has had a stint on commentary before. And if he wasn't busy with his tournament refereeing duties, it'd be an absolute pleasure to get him on comms. But here we go. So Panda Wadab to face his first ball, his first delivery here in 2022. What can he do here? Doesn't wait around. And I was talking to Panda yesterday. Panda actually picked myself and Shub and Ann up from the airport, and I was just talking about, you know, what he was feeling as he was heading into this tournament. He said, well, to tell you very honestly, Charlie, I'm not going to wait around. You can see he's winding up, looking to make the most of the leg side boundary. But needs to get bat on ball, needs to get Vikash Kumar, the in-batsman, in back on strike. And this is a bit of an effort with delivery from Ali Mehdi. You can just see, especially in a format such as T10, what dot balls can do for an innings. That's 2 dot balls now. 3 if you count obviously the wicket as well. And that pressure just bringing, that's a really clever slower delivery from Ali Mehdi. Wasn't picked by Panda Yens, eventually picked it. And they come through for the 1 run. Many people saying they are here for the Panda, Prakash and Vinny, or just saying they are here for the Panda. Has to be one of the best names on the circuit. There are a few, but it has to be up there as one of my favourites. And again, well played. But there's a man there and they do well and they come through for the 1 run. And it brings that man, the Panda, back on strike. Panda, one of the best names for sure. Another one that sticks out for me is Basil George. Boom Boom Basil. Obviously played really well for Malta in the Valletta Cup. I believe he also performed quite well in the recent ICC World Cup qualifiers. Obviously, our very own Tyrone Peters was there with Portugal on a coaching side. And I know that he was more than happy with the Portuguese team as they made their way to the final. Obviously, just losing out to Denmark. Denmark, a very strong squad. Just goes to show cricket certainly is on the up here in Europe. It really is a pleasure to see. It's going to be Panda Wadab still on strike here. And again, yet to get any bad on this one. I think he was looking for a wide. It's not given. That brings us to the end of the 8th over. And the Coimbra Knights are 79 for 2. As we get the worm out, we can just have a look. Just that last over, just dragging them to pretty much level now. If anything, you'd argue, well, the worm says that Marlow are just slightly ahead. But when you've got a man like Vikash Kumar looking pretty comfortable at the moment in the crease, anything could happen. So the required... all they need now is 26 off of 12. This is hit well into the offside. A bit of a bottom edge, come through for the one as it brings Panda back on strike. Yassir Sabir continuing on here. And Riyad Saj saying, eagerly waiting for Italy Super Series. I'm backing Gina Brescia to win the title. Well, obviously, there's one team left to go into that from Rome. There is plenty of excitement around for the Italian Super Series. And what a summer that we have had out in Italy. And this is a really good delivery again. Just pushes this one through. And Panda is struggling ever so slightly out in the middle at the moment. 1 off of 5 for him now. And he's swinging at everything. Not really watching the delivery as it comes towards his bat. You can see he's just taking a bit of a step out the crease there. Interesting to see if that comes to any success. And he hits this into the leg side. And that's certainly going to help the cause, as that's been given for 6 runs. That little step outside the crease, you can see he advances even more. And he gets the middle on this one, and it flirts away into the leg side for 6 runs. And I can't lie, I am tingling, ladies and gentlemen. I am tingling. I feel this could be very close. 19 off of 9 now. Panda looks as if he's just slowly getting his iron now. It's a good comeback from Sabir. And Panda again trying to go into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's a dot ball. So these dot balls really could be costly, as it's now 19 off of 8 required. 8 deliveries left in the first match of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. So the infielders are all but one on the offside. Panda on strike. It just misses the top of middle stump. And again, Panda just struggling ever so slightly. That 1-6, but even out in the middle. Is it enough? 19 off of 7 now. You think if they can get a boundary off of this final delivery, then it sets up for an exhilarating final over in the first game here in Portugal. Needs a boundary. Short. It's nothing of this, and it's a dot ball to finish. And, well, this is very, very interesting. So that brings us to the... Was it? I'm actually very confused. Did he nick that? Possibility. If we take another look here, there wasn't really any celebrations. Oh, he has nicked it. There was no celebrations or anything, but he has gone. So that wicket might be a blessing in disguise for the Coimbra Knights. Panda what up has to go. 7 off of 10. And it brings the new man, Gurjit Singh, to the crease. So the very, very simple equation now. Final over of match number 1. And 19 required. I'm just going to say it. 18 required for a golden ball. Now I hope Corey is watching, or I hope someone's letting Corey know he might want to be paying attention. The Panda's gone. And there'll be a few people that are a little bit upset. I can't lie. For a moment, it looked like he was retiring, which would have been very controversial. Obviously, we've seen that a couple of times, obviously, out in in England in the county games in the T20 Blast. There was, I think it was twice in one match that there was a strategic retirement, but nonetheless, he was caught behind. So a wicket to finish over, but we're now going to see Walid Amjad in the final over. 19 required for victory in the final over, 18 for a golden ball. It's a good start, and it's just going to come through for the one run. And Vikash Kumar almost looks as if he's a little bit frustrated that he had to come through for that single, as it brings the new batsman on strike. Gurjit Singh, yet to face a delivery, needs to go from the off. And he swung so hard that if he got anything on it, it was running away towards a boundary. But this is a great bit of bowling from Walid Amjad. First over in the game. What a time to come into the attack. 18 off 4 now. Need a boundary. Advances into the leg side. Is it going to go squirt between the two? And it does. So it's 4 runs for the Coimbra Knights. It was a slower delivery. He saw him coming down the track. You see here. Doesn't get all of it, but it squirts right in between. Splits the two fielders. And it's 4 valuable runs. So 12 needed off 3 now. They can do it in 2 hits. 11 for the golden ball. It's a good delivery. Good wide Yorker. It's just squirted down to third man for 1 run. So it's all on that man's shoulders. Vikash Kumar, he needs a maximum here. What a game we've had. First game of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal here. And it comes down to the final 2 deliveries. And it's going to fly away. It's well stopped by the man out. And they come through. And they come through for the second, but they don't do so unsuccessfully. And the man, Vikash Kumar, has to go. But they do get the 1 run. So almost brings curtains on this game. Unless anything outstanding happens here. And Marlow looks as if they've just dragged themselves over the line. They were behind the game pretty much the entirety of this innings. He just managed to drag it back with a few crucial dot balls. He's out by a very long way. But a good innings from Vikash Kumar. He went 31, but hey, once again, but what I would have said would have been par was around the 120, 130. However, 104 on the board with 105 required for victory. But it brings the new man to the crease, which is Andrew Winter. So 13 off of the last required, unless there is a 6 off of a no ball, and Marlow are going to be victorious here in the first game. But it all comes out. 13 needed now. Marlow is going to be given a wide delivery. A couple more of those, and we might have a bit of an interesting contest on our hands here. Andrew Winter. Can he pull something out of the bag for his team here? It's well bowled. It's a great Yorker length. And they are going to come back for the second as Ali Mehdi limbers himself round, and they come through. As that brings us to the end of match number 1. And the defending champions have got their defence of the title here underway in a successful manner, as the Marlow Calanders have defeated the Coimbra Knights by 8 runs. But what a close game we had here in match number 1 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal. As you can see there, handshakes all round. But don't forget, these 2 teams will go at it once again. You can see there, match number 2 will be coming up very, very soon. There will be a little bit of a break in between the 2 matches. Just remember to not go anywhere, as we will be coming back for match number 2, again between the Marlow Calanders and the home team of the Coimbra Knights. But we get to take a look at the highlights of the chase. And, well, early on in that first over, Najam Shahzad really struggled. He went for 7 runs without any legal delivery being bowled, and ended up getting a wicket eventually after bowling us several legal deliveries. Ended up getting a wicket, but then it brought the 2 batsmen to the crease. The first wicket partnership really was a crucial part of Coimbra Knights' innings, as Junai Khan and Vikash Kumar really piled on the runs with some elegant cricket shots, it has to be said. There wasn't really any ugly agricultural hoiks towards the leg side. They were all standard cricket shots, textbook, as some would say. And there was a real hope for the Coimbra Knights. Just dragged back in the middle overs. Few dot balls were what got Marlow over the line, but some huge hitting from Junai Khan and Vikash Kumar. Junai Khan 34 off of 19 for him, with 3 fours and 2 maximums, going at a strike rate of just under 179. And then also Vikash Kumar on his debut again for the Coimbra Knights, 31 off of 25, 2 fours and 2 sixes, going at a strike rate of 124, but it wasn't enough. As you can see there, that was Junai Khan holding out to the man in the deep, and that was where you felt that the game turned. It was from then on that Panda, he struggled ever so slightly after getting out in the middle. He had a good 6 onto the leg side. He couldn't really get any bat on ball. However, he got enough on that one. He was caught behind. It was a good catch. As that, he ended up going for 7 off of 9 deliveries. And that was where the game really turned. There was a very close feeling in the final over. You just don't know what can happen. It's European cricket. It's the reason we all love this game. You just never know what's going to happen. However, it wasn't enough, as they ended up falling short of just shy of 8 runs. But it was an outstanding first game, and what an advert for European cricket here in Portugal. As you take a look at the scorecard here, only Junai Khan and Vikash Kumar really getting going. Only the 2 only batsmen to get into double figures, but it wasn't enough. But it was good bowling. Obviously the extras 17, 7 of those coming off of virtually without a ball being bowled legally. But the Marlow Calanders did enough to get themselves over the line here in match number 1 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal, as we will be back with match number 2 of this tournament here in Portugal in about 45 minutes time. So grab a snack, grab a drink, you might have some dinner, but we'll be back in about 45 minutes time, as you're currently listening to Charlie Hunt here on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to the Municipal de Miranda de Corvo here in Coimbra, where you join myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. Join us for match number 2 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal. And we're just coming off the back of a pretty close finish in match number 1, where we saw Marlow. They ended up coming away with the victory, defeating Coimbra Knights by 8 runs. It do have to be said that Coimbra Knights, they'll be coming in with some confidence. Obviously, there was certainly some positives to take away. Obviously, I thought they bowled extremely well. Only the 1 wide, so extras certainly weren't an issue. And a very warm welcome to everyone around the world, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Do get involved in the YouTube chat if you are. I'll be turning around looking at that, especially in the final match of this evening. What has been an extremely exciting day of cricket, it has to be said. Plenty of cricket. Obviously, we had the European Cricket Series out in Rome at the moment, part of the Italian summer. And what a summer it has been so far. But we've got plenty of cricket coming for you here, as we're just about ready to get underway. As a man coming in to the team for the Coimbra Knights, MD Zaman. He's going to be opening up here in match number 2. It's a good start, but it's going to be dragged into the leg side, and this is a better start for Marlow as they get away underweight with a boundary. 4 runs for Marlow Calanders here. It wasn't a terrible delivery. Might have been just a little bit too straight, and he's not going to miss out as that one is dragged into the leg side onto the short boundary, and Shahid gets away with a boundary. It's a good response and a good take from the man with the gloves on at the moment, which is Girish Singh. It's a good bit of work, but a good comeback from Zaman. There's an appeal. I don't think there was anything on it. And umpire Conrad turns it down. Take another look here. It's again really good work behind the stumps. Does well to keep an eye on it, as there's a lot of moving objects in between the ball and him. And again, does really well. This is a good tidy over so far from Zaman, coming into the game after just missing out on the first match. Well, this time it's wider, and it's just going to be played to the man out in the deep, and it's going to be just the 1 run. So obviously this is the night series, and as you can tell, those shadows are getting ever so slightly longer, so the sun is starting to set. So it'll be interesting to see when we get the lights on, and if it'll have an effect on, is it going to make the ball swing a little bit more? Could make things a little bit harder, for example. This lifts off a length, and unfortunately lifts outside the wide line, and Conrad Greenshields turns around to scorers and says, that's a wide ball. This is a tidy start here. Again, a big swing. Comes off the glove. It could be close here. A good chance of buzzers, but it's well backed up by Manjeet Singh. And they come through for the 1 by. And that is going to bring us to the close of the first over. And after the first over, Marlow are 7 for none. If we take a look at the bat versus ball wall, well, they're putting Marlow Calanders thoroughly ahead. And it's very interesting to see. Obviously, after the first game, it's a bit of a close, more of a close encounter than maybe one would have expected. But it's certainly pleasant to see here on the European Cricket Network for the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal. Match number 2 at the Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. It's a lovely ground. Obviously used to be a football ground, hence the stadium and the stand, but now converted into the Coimbra Knights' home. So they're the home team here. And we're now going to see Janai Khan into the attack. Starts well, and this is just going to be squirted into the leg side, and they're going to come through for the 1 run. As Jeff in the chat, hope you're doing well, Jeff, says how green is this outfield? Well, considering Portugal are on their longest drought, apparently in history, it has to be said the grass is looking very, very green. Looking to play this big into the leg side, but it's just clipped off the legs, and they're going to come through for another bye off the legs, as it's signalled by second umpire Gunter Stazen as well. This is a tidy start from Khan here. It's going to bring Adnan on strike, obviously coming off of a decent innings in the first game. But this is a full toss, and he's not going to miss out on that one. And it has been signalled a no ball, so similar fashion to in the first game, Khan getting dispatched back over the boundary off of a no ball. As there's now going to be a change in fielders. There's talks of a change in the field. Gets turned down, but it's a free hit nonetheless, and the danger man's on strike for it. Short. Well, again, it could going for the catch, and he puts the catch down. And again, similar to last game as well, there's a few teammates around thinking that that's an expensive drop, not realising that it was a free hit. So only cost them the 1 run. So a good comeback from Khan here. Really good comeback that. Good Yorker length. Just outside the off stump. And Shahid was trying to squirt this through the offside, but to no avail. As I can see Vicky Thomas in the chat. Hello Vicky, I hope you're well. I know you're out in La Manga at the moment. Say hello to Cliff as well for me. And again, it's a good delivery from Khan. But this time, Shahid does well and gets enough bat on this, and it comes through for the single. Does bring Adnan back on strike to face the final delivery of this over. And again, dragged into the leg side. It does well. Was MD Zaman. And that brings us to the end of the second. And Marlow are 19 for none. As Jeff just asking, hi Charles, how far is the ground from central Portugal? Well, I can tell you from Porto, it's about an hour and a half drive. As we get to take a look at the standings at the moment, obviously, so Marlow Calanders, after the first game, have gone top. Coimbra Knights, they'll be looking to bounce back. It was a close game. It certainly wasn't. They certainly weren't bulldozed over. So there's certainly positive to take out of that. And I thought, you know, Janai Khan, Andrew Winter, certainly promising bowlers. I think just with the middle overs with the bat, just a few too many dot balls in the end. But they'll be happy if they can come away with 1 victory from the first 2 games here in this tournament. But it's Andrew Winter now into the attack. And this is hit into the leg side. And they come through for the 1 run. As the field ended up holding on to it, as there wasn't really much backing up. Panda just struggling to get round. And this is dragged into the leg side. He's had to get the levers out, but this is going to go for 6 runs here for Marlow. And Shahid getting involved now. It wasn't a terrible delivery from Winters. We take another look. Anything just a little bit too full. Marginal errors. But it's a good shot. It was swinging away. He did well. It was in the slot. That's a good comeback from Winter this time, just dragging his length back ever so slightly and just takes it out of the arc of Shahid. And it just means that he just can't quite connect with that one. There's a bit of a joke and a laugh between Andrew and Adnan, which is good to see. And again, Shahid looking to go big into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. It ends up just being another dot ball. So this is a good tidy over for Andrew Winter here. This time short and wide outside the off stump. Comes off the toe end of the bat. But it's good work by the keeper. He ends up taking that one and prevents any more runs leaking out from that delivery. And they just come through again for the single. Again, if you are in the YouTube chat, if you're watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, do subscribe. Plenty of cricket coming up over the next few days. Certainly a few weeks, it has to be said. And this time he advances forward, pulls the bowler into a bit of a mistake, and he just swipes this off his legs into the leg side, and it runs away for a well-earned boundary. And that boundary brings us to the close of the power play. After 3 overs, Marlow are 31 for none. Take a look here. Obviously that power play, only 3 overs. T10 cricket. It's thrilling, it's exciting. That was a positive way to end the power play for Marlow if you're a Marlow fan. But not a terrible power play if you're a Coimbra Knights fan. Just going above 10 and over. As the new bowler into the attack is Amit Kumar, and just starts solidly off with a single. So it's just a bit of confusion about who's in and who's out of the ring. And this is here, and that's a glorious, he's on the sweep, and that's going to run away. That's a lovely cricket shot from Adnan. Just goes to show you don't have to go agricultural every time. As he gets down on one knee. Doesn't ask the question, answers it, and delivers a beautiful sweep. Textbook cricket shot that. Oh, and that's a beautiful shot. He's hit that very hard, and that's going to split the two, long on and long off, and that's going to run away. That's going to be another boundary, so this is a good over for Marlow. Good over coming out of that power play. And Kumar just getting this one. It's too wide. Gives the batsman too much space. So obviously at the moment, see, Andrew Winter is the skipper in this game, as former skipper drops out, but this is hit well into the offside. But Panda does really well, cuts that off, and it's just going to be the 1 run. So excellent work out in the deep from the Panda. Yeah, so Winter taking over from Chris Redhead. And this has gone into the leg side. He hasn't quite got all of it, but he gets enough, and it clears the rope, and it's another boundary in the over. That's 16 off of this over now. It was a good effort from Manjeet Singh out on the boundary. Didn't get all of this, did Shahid. Just teasing him. He might have got a finger on it, but it goes the distance. It's a maximum. Even with these 50-yard or 50-metre boundaries. They're not easy. And this is, again, good cricket, good batting from these two. Gets the boundary and then rotates to strike. And it's a good over for Marlow with 17 runs coming off of the over. And at the end of the fourth, Marlow are 48 for no loss. So this gives us an opportunity just to take a little bit of a look at what's coming up tomorrow night. Obviously, we've got the ECS going on in Rome as well. But we'll be back and we get to see Gamblers SC, a new team coming into on the European cricket circuit. They're taking on Gorka 11. And that's going to provide some outstanding cricket once again. Obviously, some very familiar names in there, as you can imagine. Obviously, you've got Suman Gimaidi, obviously, who was one of the top run scorers last time out. And then you've also got Modikur Tapa with the ball as well. So plenty of familiar names coming back here on the European Cricket Network. And we're now going to see Malvinder Singh into the attack. And he starts well. It's a good line, it's good length, but and the fielder does really well in the deep, and that's Junaid Khan. He does a lot, does that man. He cuts it off for just the one run, but interesting here from Balvinder Singh. Right arm around the wicket to two right-handed batsmen. So already taking that LBW out of the question pretty much straight away. Wow, doesn't matter where you put the fielders again, because that's gone out of the ground. That's Maximo here in Portugal. And some would say that that's a balle. Seis carreras. Seis carreras here in Portugal. That's gone all the way over the stand, out of the fence. It's another Kookaburra gone. It's another 6 runs for Marlow. So Balvinder Singh, he's a little just bowling into his arc here. He's coming around the wicket. Not really troubling him for pace. See if he can have a response here. He does. It's not a terrible delivery. However, Adnan just feeling as if he missed out once again. Adnan, he's quickly raced on to 29 off of just 12 deliveries now. And, well, I was wondering how long it was going to take. He's now moved to over the wicket. Oh, that's a good start as he changes his angle. He gives chase, and well, I know for a fact if Corey Rutgers is watching, he will not be happy with that. Goes for the foot field. Gives it the good old left boot. Straight onto the boundary rope. It's a great finish. It's another boundary. And this is again another expensive over. Was Gurjeet Singh with the left boot. He advances. There's a big appeal. He's turned it down, giving it as leg buys. It was a good shout. I think the only thing that saved the batsman here might have been the fact that he took a good few steps down. It might have been hitting him outside the line as well. I think it's a good call from umpire Conrad at the moment. This is a good comeback from Singh. Well, this is a full toss, but it's an opportunity. And he takes it. He picks out the man. As that's Andrew White. He's just, you can see there on your screen, just giving me a bit of a look there. That had some hang time on that one. Almost had snow on it. But Balvinder Singh gets the breakthrough. And Marlow are 60 for 1. You can just see there. Did really well, sets himself. And just gave me a little bit of a look there and just went, well, I'm glad that stuck. Would have had an interesting word to say about it, but a good end to the 5th over. And Marlow are 60 for 1. As that was Mian Shahid had to go. 22 off of 17 for him. 1 4 and 2 6s. He's got a good start here for Marlow, which is not much more that you could have asked for. And it's a really vital breakthrough. They're going to need to try and just halt the stem at the flow of runs at the moment. But We're going to see a fan favourite coming into the attack now. Now I know the chat's going to be very happy about this, and everyone watching around the world, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or on our YouTube channel, as Panda What Up is coming into the attack. So What Up is going to be into the attack now. So it's going to be Adnan on strike, who's moved to 33 off of just 14 deliveries. So interesting to see what Panda What Up's going to do here. Didn't get a bowl in the first game, but he's got an opportunity now. Not the start that he would have wanted, but it only cost them the 1 run after the miss field. So Panda just bowling his little leggies. And he's a dangerous bowler just because you just don't really know what to expect. So as a batsman, these are the type of bowlers you have to concentrate even more so, as this is going to be given a leg side wide eventually. Yes, there you go. Leg side wide. Good take from the keeper. Gets this one right. And interesting to see. Does a little bit of turn. Looks like they've got a little bit of bounce out of the pitch. But this is the thing. Panda just asking a few questions here. This is flighted. Dragged into the leg side, but there's a man out patrolling that boundary, and it's that man again. I can't. It's just going to be the 1 run. I have to say, very early on in this tournament, Khan could be crucial for the Coimbra Knights. This has been a good over so far from Panda What Up. Oh, that's not going to help though, as that's a little bit of a full toss, and he finds the edge, but the edge on this ground will go as it slams into the stand, and that's going to be 6 runs for Marlow. Didn't quite catch all of this, but he got enough on it. It goes into the stand. Panda going to need a good response here to finish out the over, having gone for 9 now off this over with 2 deliveries remaining. As they just check the ball over, make sure it's kept its shape, as the wonderful Kookaburra normally does. And this is hit well. There's a man there, and it's Andrew Winter with the long barrier. And it's just going to be the 1 run. They need to come back here, and you feel if they can just buy a wicket here. And he respects that. It's a good delivery to finish off the over. So not a terrible over, just the maximum coming off it, of course. However, 10 runs off it, and in the context of this game, the way that Marlow are hitting it at the moment and striking the ball, I don't think you can be too upset with that. But it's a good over from Panda What Up. And that brings us to the end of the 6th. And Marlow are 70 for 1. Just take a look at some of the stats at the moment. Just the 1 wicket, obviously Balwinder Singh getting caught, getting the catch out in the deep off for Andrew Winter. It's a good catch out in the deep. And it has to be said that with these, the sun where it is at the moment, it's not easy. Just wonder, depending on over rates and how quickly we get through the first innings, how the lights will affect the game. But we've got Manjeet Singh into the attack. This is just going to be gracefully hoiked into the leg side. Should just be the 1, and it's eventually gathered and thrown into the keeper, who has shown promise. It has to be said, Ganesh Singh has taken a good few takes, both leg side and offside. No, this is a good delivery, good line and length. It's not nowhere near the slot, and it's just played into the leg side, and they come through for the 1 run. Well, this is an opportunity. It's gone so high. And it's that man again. Takes the catch. Janai Khan. There's not a lot that man couldn't do. It was back of a length. Pulled into the leg side. And Adnan again has to go in the 40s. And Marlow now fall to 72 for 2. Take another look here. Just back of a length. Oh, it wasn't that back of a length. It was a good length. Didn't get any on it. Didn't get outside the 30-yard circle. But it was a good take from Janai Khan out in on the mid-wicket. It brings a new batsman in. It's a key wicket of Adnan as he has to go. And Archer just saying it's that man again. Well, there's not a lot he can't do at the moment. Had a good innings with the bat. He'll be annoyed that he couldn't quite get over the line. Yeah, good performance with the ball and now with in the field as well. Well, again, that's gone into the leg side. And that's gone over the stand once again. And it's another 6 runs here in Portugal. And that delivery just sat up like an absolute perler. In the arc. Batsmen of this calibre aren't going to miss out. That's not the response that you would have wanted after getting the wicket. And Ikram off the mark with a glorious 6. And again trying to go big into the leg side. This time just stays a little bit low on him. It's a good valid response from Manjeet Singh. Manjeet Singh obviously got a duck in the first game with the bat. Looking to prove himself here. And that's a lovely delivery. Only missing by what has to be called a whisker. But it's a good over. Only 8 runs from it. And after 7, Marlow was 78 for 2. Again, obviously mentioned it a little bit earlier. Not only have you got the Portuguese Night Series, but we've also got FanCode European Cricket Series out in Rome at the moment. Where you've got Vinny alongside Corey Rutgers, and you've got Royal Roma up against Rome Bagla Morning Sun in the first 2 games. And then you've got Kent Lanka versus Rome CC. Who obviously Kent Lanka got their first victory. I believe it was yesterday. Got their first victory. I think it was a loss streak of around 13 matches, and I know that they were thrilled with that. So plenty of cricket coming up along on the European Cricket Network. You got myself, Charlie Hunt, here at the Miranda de Corvo, the Municipal de Miranda de Corvo here in Coimbra. And you've also got Vinny Sandhu alongside Corey Rutgers out in Rome. But it's going to be Andrew Winter, the skipper, back into the attack, and that's not the start that he would have wanted. So that's dispatched into the stand. 6 runs again for Marlow. Bit of a hit-me ball, really. Back of a length, not really pushing anything for pace. Just rocks back and dispatches that over the leg side. So not the start that he would have wanted here. The skipper for this game went for 12 off of his first over. Now 6 off of the first delivery. Needs a comeback here. I have a feeling he's really going to put this into the block hole. See what he can do. And he does so. And it's a really good delivery. Just before he bowled that, he turns around to his fielders at long on and long off and said, "Are you ready?" Didn't quite go to plan. Didn't get anything on it. But again, a good comeback from Andrew Winter. And again, Fuller, it's an opportunity. He's hit that very well. And the 2 fielders almost just looked at each other and went, "Well, not me, not you." And ends up splitting them right in the middle. And it goes for another boundary. You can see there, both a bit of a hesitation. Ends up going all the way for 4 runs.
Not the outcome that Winter would have wanted. Drops his length back again. And he once again. Najam Shazad just rocks back. Doesn't need to get much on this for it to go all the way. And it flies into the stand. 6 runs for Marlow.
Come on, boy, Andy, trust yourself, boy. Come on. Nice ball, Andrew.
Just feel
Come on, boy.
the Coimbra Knights are looking a little bit fatigued in the field at the moment. As this is short again. If it's not the leg side, it's the offside at the moment. And that flies over the boundary for a consecutive 6 runs for Marlow. This is a huge over for Marlow here. Again, not out of the middle. But Shazad, he's going to sit there and just turn around and go, well, look, you bowl there, that's fine by me. We eventually get the ball back. That now brings it to 22 off of this over. And it brings up the 100 as well. 22 off of this over so far. Can Winter drag himself back into this over? He's got 1 delivery to go. It's short again. And there's a man out there, but it goes through his hands, and it's that man, Janai Khan, and it's another boundary. So 26 off the 8th over. And Winter just asking, well, what happened? But I think the issue there, the sun, is at such a low angle that it was almost impossible for Janai Khan to see. As you see here, you can see with the shadows, he just turns around and just goes, well, there's not much I could have done. But that's a big over for Marlo Calanders here. You can see what the worm is saying. That was 26 off of that over. Needs a good comeback from Manjeet Singh now. They're going to restrict them here. This has gone high. Again, we'll take some catching. The man's under it. That it goes through. There's been a yes, no, maybe. Oh, wow. Oh, it could be happening. And he ends up coming in safely. I don't really know what's gone on there. It's all happening. There was a drop catch, a misfield, a fumble. A run that wasn't a run that ended up being a run. It's all happening here. And as Vinny would say, it's all happening in the 9th. Let's take another look here. Let's go sky high. And the man under it, who I think is Amit Kumar, ends up going for the crocodile approach. And then there was hesitation. Yes, no, maybe. Well, I'm going to go. And ended up coming through. But this is just played back to the bowler for a dot ball. Ended up getting 2 off of that first delivery. And then the dot ball that followed. So it crams on strike. This is huge into the leg side. He's put some welly into that, and that's gone all the way for a Maximo here in Portugal. Ikram getting a hold of that one. That was in the slot, and Love saying give strike to Shazad. Well, I don't know if Ikram would agree with that at the moment, as that has sailed into the atmosphere. That was a huge maximum. It was a big appeal, but I think there was a bit of bad on this one, possibly. It wasn't given as leg by, so we take another little look here. Great work by the crew at Spring Productions. Yeah, there's only a bit of bad involved. I think if he would have been close if there was nothing on it. Archie saying he appreciated that Maximo. Many thanks, Archie. I hope you're well. And this is a good delivery right in the Yorker length. We're thinking of a second, but it's eventually gathered by Junaid Khan. It does well. Once again, 9 off of this over so far. 2 deliveries remaining. And this is gone, and this is going to go a long way again. This is going to sail over Panda Wadab, and it's going to be the second maximum in the over. And it's another 6 for Marlow. And they're just things slightly getting away again. Has to be said, it was a bit of a slot delivery from Manjeet Singh. And that brings us to the close of the 9th. Marlow have moved on to 120 for 2. So I think this innings is going to be on and about par, possibly a little bit above if they can get to 140, which is still within the reach, and they are going to be happy with the way that things have gone in this innings. But it's going to be up to that man, Janai Khan, to bowl the 10th over here of the first innings of match number 2. And first starts with a bit of an inside edge onto the pad, and it's just going to be a dot ball. So a good start from Khan. And take this moment. If you got any random questions, do get them in. Any random questions, I'll take any. Get them in throughout the next over and throughout the break, and then I'll answer them in the second innings. Well, that is absolutely rocketed out of here. That might be in Porto, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs here in Portugal. At the moment, it doesn't look like it matters where you bowl. Short, full, Yorker, slot, it's all going to go. It was in the arc once again, and you just have to say the only issue with the way that Coimbra are bowling at the moment is it's all slot deliveries. It's either right in the slot, it's not full enough, or a short ball is just sitting up like a peach. So interesting to see what Janai Khan can come back with here. Shazad's on strike, 35 off of 13 deliveries from him. Outstanding hitting here. It's short. There's a man out there. He does well. Does really well considering the positioning of the sun there. It's not easy when you're looking into the sun from there. Does really well to keep it to just the 1. There's no doubt that he would have been a little bit nervous. As I can say, the lights are slowly coming on. It's like, so it looks like in the second innings we're going to see a real effect of the lights. Back of a length, pulled into the leg side. Manjeet Singh out in the deep with a really good throw. It's just going to be 1 run. So 8 off of this over so far. Two deliveries remaining. Short. And this time he goes straight, and it's going to go all the way, and it's another 6 runs. And Najam Shazad, he's not messing about. After a bit of a slow start from Marlow in the first game, they've turned it on their head. And they now move on to 134 with 1 delivery remaining. This is a slower ball, hit out to the man, and they are just going to come through for the single. They're not going to risk coming back for the second. And that brings us to the close of the first innings of match number 2 at the FanCode European Cricket T10, Portugal. And what a way to start this game. And Shazad, what an innings he played, 43 off of 16 deliveries. But don't forget, there was also some big hitting from Mohammad Adnan as well, as he also got into the 40s, 42 off of 19 for him. But the equation is now set, as the Coimbra Knights will need to reach 136 if they're going to have any chance of taking a victory away from tonight's players. We'll take a look at the highlights from the innings. And it started off well, as off their power play they were 31 for none, so no wickets lost, and you just feel that that might have been one of the factors in them reaching about a par score, I would say, possibly just a little bit above. But some huge hits at the top of the order, as Shahid, where he went at a strike rate of 129, and then Adnan and Shazad getting 42 and 43 respectively. And don't forget, Amir Ikram coming in at number 4, 22 off of just 9 deliveries. No 4s, but 3 maximums. And well, if Coimbra Knights are going to turn around and have a look at where it almost went wrong, what I would argue is that There's a bit of slot delivery, and it was never Yorker length. It was never in the blocker. It was either too short that it sat up like that you've just seen on your screen, for example, or it was just too forward. To be fair, when you've got batsmen who are sitting back in their crease waiting for the full ball, if you miss it, if you miss your length. But this was a bit of comedy, as he ended up giving it a good left boot. It was a great finish after signing up for the Portuguese national team. Might have got a sue out of him. But anyway, this was a good catch from Andrew Winter, one of the positives. They fielded pretty well, and Andrew Winter, obviously the captain for the game. Then we saw a bit of the Panda action. Didn't bowl terribly. In fact, only went for 10 runs off of his 1 over, so economically, one of the more positive. But interestingly, there was no second over for MD Zaman. He only went for 6 in his first over, which was the first over of this game. And bowlers like Andrew Winter going for an economy rate of 19 to 38 off of his 2 overs. And also Amit Kumar 17 off of his 1 over. But then there was also a little bit in the field. I said they fielded well, but there were just a few moments of a bit of a lapse in concentration. Obviously the kicking towards the boundary, and then obviously just splitting the 2 fielders. There's not much that you can do when you're playing with boundaries this size, and you've got players who are striking it as cleanly as some of the Marlow lads did. So fair play to Marlow, and they're going to back themselves now. But Coimbra just need to know 2 overs, 2 magical overs, and they're well in this game. Certainly not out of it. Plenty of cricket left to be played in Coimbra, as all of the lights are slowly coming on. Light watch is on. Someone's obviously flicked the switch. Wonder how much that electricity bill is going to be. Some huge, huge hitting, as you can see, to all parts of the ground. Straight, mid-wicket, offside, square leg, doesn't matter. It was all going the way. But that does mean that Marlow have set 136 for victory. And you can see 2 scores of the 40s, and then Ikram and Shahid both 22. With Ikram 22 off of just 9 delivery, strike rate of 244. However, Shazad just scrapes him, 268 strike rate. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break where we'll return as the Coimbra Knights require 136 for victory. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal series here in Coimbra. My name's been Charlie Hunt, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. And welcome back to the Municipal de Miranda de Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 2 of the FanCode European Cricket T10. Portugal has just come off Marlow. The Marlow Calanders, they have set the Coimbra Knights 136 to win off of their 10 overs. And you can see, and I can tell you now, my sunglasses have come off, as has those of the umpire as well. So the sun is certainly pretty much setting now, and the lights are certainly on. So it'll be interesting to see, maybe towards the back end of the 10 overs, whether or not we will be in complete darkness. But once again, it's been an absolute pleasure to call these games here in Portugal. Plenty of game 2 of 6 here on the European Cricket Network this year, correction, today. But we're ready to get underway here. And this is a good start off the back foot. This is going to run away down the hill. It's going to take some cutting off, but he does really well. Learned from what happened earlier. Didn't kick it over the rope. And Junai Khan off the mark straight away with a glorious cut shot through the offside. Did really well. That man knew not to kick it over. Not where you want to go. That's over the man. It burst through his hands, and that's going to run away down towards one of the buildings here, and it's going to be the first boundary of the response from the Coimbra Knights. As Ali Naki now under a bit of pressure early on. Obviously missed out on the first game, but he's in now. But he's gone 5 for 6, correction, off of his first 2 deliveries. Fuller again. And it's been put down. Another opportunity goes astray. And it'll be interesting to see how costly these will be at the end of the 10 overs. So Janai Khan has been put down. Johnny Khan dropped on 6. And this is going to be a dead ball. It's a bit of a false start. Have to go again. So obviously, the wait for the golden ball still continues. 390 matches now. So we're in the 90s. Will we get to the 400? Well, only time will tell. If you're going to want to find out, you've got to stick around on the European Cricket Network. This is back of a length and just comfortably played into the offside, but it's a bit of a yes, no, maybe. But they ended up just sticking to the no, and it's a dot ball. So Janai Khan going to be looking to impress once again. MD Shiny just asking, is this the last match of the day? It is. It's the final match today. This is a very nice cover drive. See the man come through for a single. No, this is the final match of the day. But 6 matches coming your way once again tomorrow. Another day of round robin out in Rome, where you have Vinny Sandu and Corey Rutgers calling the games. Doing a splendid job out in Rome. 7, 8 off of this over. 1 delivery remaining. Oh, this is down. So there must have been a bit of pad on this one, as it's not been called a wide. So a good tidy over early up from Ali Naki. And after the first over, the Knights are 8 for 1. And again, gives me an opportunity. If you are in the chat, do say hello. And there you go. 390 matches without a golden ball. It is an ECN record. And there's a little bit of a shout out to all of our socials down there. Obviously Instagram, YouTube, Twitter and Facebook. If you haven't followed us on there, certainly do. Plenty of content coming towards you. But 390 matches without a golden ball. And I know there's a certain Corey Rutgers. If we get one here in Portugal before they do, he will not be happy. And this is a beautiful shot. That is prime Manjeet Singh. Obviously got a duck in the first game, but this time uses his wrists, real strong wrists, and he's just played this into the leg side for another boundary. Wasn't a terrible delivery. It was almost got down on one knee. Ended up playing it in front of square. Lovely shot. Good delivery again from Ali Mehdi, but this is just played into the offside. It's going to be a dot ball. But again, I asked for it earlier. I don't know if people might have called on, but hey, if you've got any random questions, obviously this is the final. What are we now? 8.5 overs left of cricket here today. Any random questions, do send them in. This has just been played up, but he gets enough off it, and it just evades the man on the cover. And they end up coming through for the second. Pretty close here. I think he's gone. He has been gone. He's been given. Bit of an unnecessary run there. So, as they always say, never run on a misfield. And that's just proof. You can see here, never really had much of a chance. He was long gone. So, Manjeet Singh has to go after playing a lovely shot. Yeah, he's long gone. But again, good work from the crew at Spring Productions, bringing you coverage here, bringing you the pictures. But Manjeet Singh has to go. And the Coimbra Knights are 13 for 1. So Vikash Kumar coming into the attack now, as once again he performed well with the bat. Obviously this is just his second game for the Coimbra Knights. He ended up with 31 off of 25. Gonna need a few more if the Knights are going to get close here. And that sun now just dropping, starting to cool down. Obviously this is technically a night series. I don't know how much of the darkness of the night we're going to see. But we've got Ali Mehdi now continuing. And this could go from bad to worse, and it does. So Vikash Kumar, after getting a healthy set of runs in the first game, goes for a golden duck here. And, well, the Coimbra Knights have now fallen to 13 for 2. But we've got a hat-trick on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Possibility here. Mike Sill asking, are these just local clubs in Portugal playing well? So the Coimbra Knights, who are currently batting, this is their home ground, so they're the host club today, and throughout the next 2 weeks, of course. And you've then got the other 4 teams who are mostly from down towards the area of Lisbon. But yes, in answer to your question, total all Portugal local clubs. But it brings the skipper out into the middle now, Andrew Winter. He's got it all to do for his team now. A man who we've seen hit plenty of runs on the European Cricket Network. But he's on strike now, but we've got a hat-trick opportunity here. Is he going to put it off? The skipper's in, and he's not going to be wanting to let this through. But it's a hat-trick opportunity now. Oh, and there was a snick, but it's evaded the keeper, and it's going to run away for a 4. So he gave it all the opportunity he could have possibly given it. But Andrew Winter gets enough on it, and it evades the keeper, and it's 4 runs. It's a good hat-trick ball. Good delivery. And Winter, you can just see in the bottom right of your screen there, just giving a bit of a giggle. Actually, might not have carried. I think it might have bounced after it came off the bat. But nonetheless, it's 4 runs. 4 valuable runs for the Knights. Slower delivery. Picked. And just played into the leg side. Don't come through for a single. They need as much of an opportunity here. It's just going to be a thought, because that brings us to the end of the second, and the Knights are 17 for 2. obviously, once again, taking a look at the standings. So those are your 5 teams. Also got Marlow Calanders, the Gamblers SC, who we'll see tomorrow, play Gorka 11. And also, you've also got Coimbra Knights and then Lisbon Capitals. So at the moment, Marlow looking to go on top early with 2 from 2. They've still got to play the next 8 overs out. It's going to be Ali Naki could continue here. Junai Khan, again, cutting this into the offside for just the 1 run. Riyasad just saying it looks like Shazad is not going to bowl this match, but you never know. I think obviously, so Saeed Ali Naki didn't play in the first game, so rest and rotation is obviously key in a 2-week tournament. As Vinny Sandhu has just popped in. Well, Vinny was lurking, obviously decided to sit up in his chair. I hope you're well, Vinny. I hope you're resting well, resting those vocal cords as well. As it's just a little bit of an issue. And there's a bit of halt in play, but it gives me again another opportunity. Any random questions or any questions in general, do fire them in. Obviously you can do so on the European Cricket Network YouTube live chat, or you can drop me a question on Instagram and I will drop my Instagram into the chat as well. But once again, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here in Portugal, as there was an issue. There's a bit of a technical issue, and we're just getting it sorted. So we'll try and get that sorted as soon as possible for you all. That is just it looks like Andrew Winter's just possibly thinking about playing a bit of left-handed cricket. I don't think he's going to do so. So plenty more, obviously. Tune in tomorrow, as there is plenty of cricket obviously coming up. 6 games of cricket a day, as you've obviously got the cricket here at the moment, and also you've also got the Italian summer of sun, and it's been outstanding weather, almost too hot, as it seems as we take a look here. So interesting to see tomorrow. Obviously, we have the Gamblers SC. Now they're a new team. They're formed of a few teams that have that have folded in the last year or so. So plenty of players that we will recognise. However, Gorka 11, well, they've got players that we'll also know. One that stands out for me is Marukar Tapa, who last year, when bowling for Gorka, in his 21 overs, he ended up taking 12 wickets. He had best bowling figures of 3 for 4. So certainly a talented player. And looking forward to seeing them, and also the Lisbon Capitals, who we will see on Saturday. As I think we're ready to get back underway, as the technical fault has been corrected, and it's going to be Ali Naki to continue. And back of a length, and Winter playing this right-handed this time. Plays this into leg side, and they shy at the stumps. Thrown with some force, but it's well backed up, and it's just the 1 run. And Vinny Sandhu saying probably Najam or maybe Conrad Greenshields. Well, Conrad at the moment, he's at square leg. Well, he's currently at point because of the sun, but he's at square leg. He's umpiring this tournament. His team, Oiris, didn't quite qualify. And this is played into the leg side. He's clipped this off the legs, and it's going to go all the way. It's going to be 4 runs. A well-welcome boundary for the Coimbra Knights. And it's that man again, Junai Khan, flicking this off his legs. Just straying a little bit down the leg side was Sahil Ali Naki. Short ball pushed into the offside, and it's a huge shot at the stumps. There are gonna be buzzers. And they end up coming through for that second run. There's a huge shot at the stumps from the Marlow fielder. And the robot has popped in. So the robot just saying, explaining Conrad at the moment. I believe he was down as a Marlow player, but he's chosen to umpire. Very good umpire, has to be said. This is just short back of a length. And Janai Khan just feels as if he's missed out here. And Amir Hani, just what the local time in this location now. It is currently just gone 8:30 in the evening. Obviously, night series. Hopefully, we might get a little bit of darkness, but it might be a little bit tight. As we're eventually going to close out the third over here. Wow, and he does so, and he takes the wicket. He plays on, does Janai Khan, and that means that he has to go, and that's the end of his first day here in the FanCode. The FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. As he is going to have to go, and that means that the Canberra Knights have now fallen to 25 for 3. So the robot just saying, obviously explaining Conrad at the moment, just saying maybe Conrad could come on comms at some point and talk about it. Well, I think that's a great idea. So we'll ask him at some point if he's around the ground when he's not umpiring. Absolutely love to get Conrad on. Obviously Conrad was originally was going to be doing the Valletta Cup. However, I think it was a week before, he was out mountain biking and had an accident and ended up breaking his ribs. So obviously a lot better now. He's recovered, as you can see. Doesn't quite wince when he's signaling the end of the power play. And Vivek Davda just asking, getting a bit shady, will they switch on the floodlights? The floodlights are currently on. All of them bar one are working. One tiny light bulb isn't working. I wonder how many people that would take to change the light bulb. We're going to see a bit of left arm spin now into the attack. And Andrew Winter just playing this pretty nicely out into the offside. They come through for a single as it brings Gurjit Singh on strike now. So 111 needed, or 110 rather required off of 41. And well, this doesn't surprise me, as Asim Savar is going to just float it up a little bit. See if Gurjit Singh can resist the urge to try and play this into the leg side and get a maximum hit. This time a little bit flatter. And this is just played back to wow, and there's a man here. He could pick him out. Oh, right on the knee. But he ends up saving the boundary. So he saved 3 runs. That certainly looked like it's going to be a little bit of a stinger. He's smiling, he's laughing. I think he's okay, though. That was Mian Shahid. Came right off the knee. And he's laughing about it, so he's clearly fine. But I wouldn't rub that. But it brings Andrew Winter back on strike. And it's a good delivery from Asim Sawar. So it's just someone just saying, Riyasar just saying, thanks to Vinny and ECN crew. There are 2 crews. There's obviously the crew out in Italy at the moment. There's a Winter advances down the track, gets this one all wrong, and Sawar gets a well-welcomed wicket, and he's earned that wicket. It's a good piece of work behind the stumps, and he has to go. And the Canberra Knights have now fallen to 27 for 4 at the end of the 4th. Good quick work from the keeper. He had quite a lot of time. Winter knew he was gone as soon as he saw that one fly past his bat. He's going to have to go. He brings a new batsman to the crease. The robot just asking, how thick is that boundary rope? Well, a little bit of information actually. It's not a rope. It's one of the longest pipes I have ever seen. It is it's a pipe. It might be a hose, but it certainly is it's a pipe. It's very innovative. I have to say, I quite like the idea. But no, it's actually a rope that's going around the ground. But it certainly looks fun. It does the job. They're just going back. There's different crew here at the moment, and I will go through who we've got here very soon. But we're going to see a man who's been kept quiet this game a little bit. Obviously did well with the bat. But Najam Shazad now into the attack. And this one, trying to play a shot that just wasn't there. Didn't quite have the angle, did Singh. Ends up being a dot ball. Crew here at the moment. So out in the middle, obviously umpires. We've got Conrad and Gert umpiring at the moment. Oh, that's hit really well. That's a lovely shot. One of the best shots of the day. Advances down the track. And it's going to run away. 1 bounce, 4 runs. It's a lovely shot from Singh. Wasn't a terrible delivery. But he pierces through the infield. And it runs away for 4 runs. Well, welcome boundary here. Tries to do the same again, but this time to no avail. No success. And it's just a dot ball. You can see there now. Sun is certainly setting. It's a lovely sunset just to my left. Has to be said. But the lights are certainly out in full effect at the moment. Slower ball. But he's picked this, but he might have picked the man out. He hasn't. It flies over his head. That's another outstanding shot from Gurjit Singh. And it flies away. It was a slow delivery. Waited for it. Had a bit of a pause. Striker pose. And this one flew over the boundary. 6 runs for the Knights. That's a great comeback from Najam Shazad. As it's going to end up being given a wide. So, obviously, the 2 umpires have converged, and they decided that's going to be given a wide. You take a look here. Well, I think it does actually just fly over his head, so it's not a bad shout. It's very close, but umpires have given it. Hit into the offside. They don't come through for the single. It's just a dot ball. So 1 over remaining until we reach the halfway stage. Mike Seed agreeing, he would have widened that also. I think it just goes over. Has to be said, but it's not the tallest of men. It certainly was just flying just over his head, I reckon. This is Fuller, and it finds the inside edge, but there is a man at fine leg. And they come through for just the 1 run. And opportunity of buzzers. I think they take it. And eventually brings us to the end of the 5th. And the Coimbra Knights are 39 for 4. As this break and play gives me a very quick opportunity, just to say a very quick thank you who we've got here on the ground at the moment. So, got myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside you've got Tyrone Peters, you've got Maxi as well. Tyrone Peters is the tournament referee. As we just take a look here at what we've got coming up for you tomorrow. Tomorrow night, you've got Gamblers SC versus Gorka 11. That'll be on at 4 o'clock GMT, 6 o'clock Central European, and 9:30 in India. So do stick along for that after the coverage in Italy. But yes, so Tyrone Peters, Miguel as well, he's on the scoring, and Maxi, and then Shub is alongside us as well. As this has gone high into the leg side. It's going to take some catching. He did the hard part. He got there. He was unable to grab on. And they end up coming through, and there was a bit of an issue. I think there was a bit of a slip and slide out in the middle as well. All happening again here on the European Cricket Network. Let's take another look here. Sky high from Gurjit Singh. He did the hard work. He got there. Almost had too much momentum. He ended up flying past it. As it brings Saini now. Just plays this into the leg side. There's an opportunity here. Goes for the run out. Opportunity of buzzers. They're going to take it on. They're going to end up getting back pretty comfortably. So, bit of an unnecessary shot at the stumps. And they come back for the second. As Matt just asked, what number is Panda batting, guys? Well, I look over to my right. He's got pads on, but as have 3 other batsmen, so I think it's just a matter of what happens in the game, really. Oh, that's a great delivery, and it's beaten everyone. It's going to run away towards the boundary. And the man does really well. I believe that's Jayesh Papat doing the work. They come through for the second. And plays this into the leg side. There's no one there. And the man does really well, and that's Ali Naki. Comes in from the long on boundary and just pulls that in for the 1 run as it brings Gurjit Singh back on strike. 13 off 10 for him so far. Well, make that 19 off of 11 as that's a glorious shot over the covers. And it goes all the way for 6 runs for the Coimbra Knights. Gets that front leg towards the ball and swings hard. And it go almost out of the ground, but it's 6 runs nonetheless. And 6 runs, 6 of the best. And this time just plays it back to the bowler. And it's a dot ball to end the 6th over. And the Coimbra Knights are 51 for 4. So a good over again. 12 coming off of that over, and also 12 coming off of the previous over as well. Take a look at the bowling stats at the moment. Obviously, 3 wickets apiece for 1 for Sawar, 1 for Ali Mehdi, and 1 for Ali Naki. None for Shahzad, but a good over from Shahzad nonetheless. We're now going to see that man, Najam Shahzad, continue here into the 7th. Yet to take a wicket in this game. We'd like to back. He's going to want to back up what he did with the bat, with the ball, and you can tell now that we are now just playing with the lights as the sun is almost pretty much gone. Wow, that's a lovely shot. That's going to run away, and that's going to be 4 runs and 4 of the best, it has to be said. That's collected by one of the fans here, one of the spectators here today. That's a lovely shot from Lavi Saini there. And Lavi looking comfortable here, has to be said. And this is a good comeback from the Najam Shahzad. He won't appreciate being hit through the offside for a boundary. It's a good comeback as it just flies through to the keeper. And this stays a little bit low, but he gets a good amount of bat on this, and they come through for a single. And there's an opportunity again. It could be at the other end. And this time, the umpire says it might be going upstairs. Be interesting to see here. I think he's actually turned it down. But here on this angle, his bat might have been in the air. But he says no, so it's not going to the LRS. And this one's also not going to the limited review system. Could be close. Well, you have to say, unfortunately, if it was to go to the LRS, you wouldn't really be able to do much. There's not concrete evidence. It's just a bit of a pause in play. I think it was just something almost making its way onto the ground, but it's all back to normal now. And that's a good bounce, but it's almost too good. And I think he knows that that one has gone over his head. That's gone over his head comfortably there, and ended up going for another wide. And I think Lavi Saini just saying, yeah, I'm not getting anything on that. I'd do well to get something on that one. And it's another wide. So Shahzad just looking to, almost looks as if he's trying to bowl as fast as possible here. He's got good wheels behind him, round the wicket. This is Fuller, and again gets through everyone. And they're going to come through for another boundary, and it's been given as buys, so nothing on it for the batsman. And he goes all the way for another boundary through the legs. Bit of a nutmeg. And again, just shows foot fielding will never prevail. And it's another 4 runs here. And it's a nice shot, but it's well fielded by Shazad. And it ends up just being a dot ball, but a good, promising cricket shot. But Shazad was equal to it on the return from his bowling release point. Bit of a full toss into the leg side, and it's straight to the man out there. And they're going to come through for the single. So, again, a good over for the Coimbra Knights, but it might just be a little bit too late, as that's the 3rd over in succession that they've got 12 runs off of the over. And at the end of the 7th, the Coimbra Knights are 63 for 4. And a very last minute lurkers call out, I reckon, is what's needed here. If you're on the YouTube chat, first of all, subscribe. Subscribe to the European Cricket Network. Plenty of cricket coming up, as you can see there. 4 matches in Italy, followed by 2 matches here in Portugal. Royal Roma taking on Rome Bangla Morning Sun in the first 2 games in the doubleheader. And then Kent Lanka off the back of their first victory after a lost streak of 13 games. They take on Roma CC in matches 19 and 20. And that starts at 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European Time, and 12 o'clock if you're in India. Do come along for those, and do subscribe to the European Cricket Network. As I said, plenty of cricket on the way for you. As Yasir Sabi back into the attack. As Saini on strike. Into the leg side, and that's a lovely shot. That's going to be 1 bounce. It's going to be 4 runs. So Saini looking pretty comfortable out there now. And once again, what a terrible delivery. A little bit too full, but he's on the sweep and he gets that one away. It's 4 runs. As the robot just saying, any plans during the daytime, Charlie? I have to say, tomorrow I don't think there are any, but there are talks of some wakeboarding, which does sound very fun. And I think there's a beach on a river, which is also sounding very appealing. Obviously quite hot during the day here in Portugal. It's about 30 degrees, so that does sound pretty ideal. Well, this time it's really well, and that's going to be a consecutive boundary, but this time it's going to go all the way. Lovey Saini looking comfortable out there. It's 6 runs for the Knights. This is a great shot, bit of a swipe across, and it just flies off the bat towards myself in the commentary box. Been under a bit of an attack here. That was hit well. Does Sabir have a response? He does, but I don't think it's going to be to an avail, and this time it's going to go for another boundary. So 4, 6, 4, 14 off the over so far. 2 deliveries remaining. Saini looking like he's having some fun out there. And so he should be, as he's currently hitting the ball all around the park. This is a good positive note for the Knights, as it's giving other batsmen opportunities to get their eye in and, you know, get a bit of form coming into the tournament. Obviously it's a long tournament, 2 weeks. And again into the leg side, and there's 2 fielders in the way. However, it doesn't matter, as it gets through both of them and it races away for yet another boundary. Steps forward, beats 1, beats 2, and then goes for 4. Outstanding hitting from Saini. He's raced along to 28 off of 14 now. Showing that, well, a couple of my teammates couldn't do it. But this is how you do it. This is how easy it is. Does he have another one in him? Oh, and he gets a nick on this one, but it runs through. And this is going to count as yet another boundary. That's 5 boundaries in the over. Outstanding cricket here in Portugal. Gets a nick on it, and it's tipped over the bar. It runs away towards the boundary. Another 4. What an over that was from the Knights as Labi Saini went dot ball 4-6, 4-4-4. 22 off the over. And at the end of the 8th, the Knights are 85 for 4. So if I do some quick maths here, off the last 4 overs, and my maths isn't great, the last 4 overs. Oh, that's even better! This is some outstanding hitting here. It's stand and deliver stuff, and Singh dispatches that over the bowler's head. It's one of the best cricket shots you'll see all night. And it runs away, and it's another 6. So we've had 6 consecutive boundaries. 4-6, 4-4-6. So to repeat off the last 4 overs before that ball was bowled, the Knights had scored. And it ends as the wickets tumble. Mehdi gets the wicket top of off, and he has to go. But they've certainly enjoyed themselves out in the middle at the moment. And they end up getting the wicket. But he has to go. But he certainly had some fun out there, has Singh. But the fun has ended. 6 consecutive boundaries, followed by a wicket. Tried to go too big, too many. And he can see his partner was laughing. "58 runs off of the last 4 overs before this over. 58 off of the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. It's outstanding hitting. It brings the new batsman to the crease, who is Balvinder Singh. I wonder if he's just going to continue where Singh left off. Oh, and he does so! It's absolutely creamed out into the offside, and it flies for yet another boundary. Is there a turn in this tale? Nerves are getting a little bit twitchy here. As what is it now? After that, it is currently 41 off of 9. We've seen crazy things happen here on the European Cricket Network. You can see now by that angle that we are now just fully surviving off of the floodlights here. So we are now almost pretty much in the night time of the night series. But this has been some outstanding hitting from the Knights. And you just have to say that this is, for the Coimbra Knights, they have to take positives out of, if they do go on to eventually lose this match, they have to take positives. And you think that their middle order has really come alive here, which is just what they were struggling for in that first game, which meant that they ended up coming second best. But with a little bit of freedom out in the middle, it's really coming alive here. As I think we are going to need a new Kookaburra, as Shub has tried to throw it in from the boundary. By the way, Shub's a very talented cricketer, and it's gone about 5 meters in front of him, so not the best work from Shub. He'll expect better from himself, but we're going to get back underway here in the 9th over. And this is bottom edge, and it's just going to run away. This time it will be cut off, and end up coming through for the single. Outstanding stuff we've seen over the last 10 deliveries. The last 9 deliveries, 6 boundaries. A slower ball, hit well into the leg side, but not well enough as it's going to come through. And they end up coming through for the single. So good running, but again, good work out in the deep by Najam Shazad. And just as night starts to fall, Bit of a wind picking up as well. Still pleasant out here though. And hits this well, and it's going to beat the man, and it's going to be yet again another boundary. So Balwinder Singh carrying on where Gurjit Singh left off. And it's another boundary. And again, 18 coming off of that over. So the last 5 overs, 12, 12, 12, 22, 18. Outstanding batting in the final overs here from the Coimbra Knights. They've already surpassed their total of the previous game. So I think, you know, there's certainly positives to come away from this. They should certainly be looking to really make an impact on this tournament as we progress through the next 13 nights. It all comes down to the final over. Still technically doable. 33 off of 6. Mian Shi to bowl this. That's going to be hit into the leg side, and that's certainly going to help. That's going to be another boundary for Lavi Saini. He now moves on to 37 off of 17 deliveries. Mine and Mian Shahid only has to get, what is it now, 29 off of 5. It's certainly doable the way that he's been hitting it. It's a good comeback from Shahid. 2 full, and Lavi Saini's almost all over the place. You can see here it's certainly getting darker now. This is full, and he's got a glove on it, but I think it's going to run away. So I think it's going to be given as byes, and it is. So the keeper, Rana Sarwar, not really having the best of days. And he might argue that it might have come off the bat. It looked like there was a little bit of a deviance there in the replay, but nonetheless, it's another 4. 25 required off of 3 now. Slower ball, and it's a well bowled slower ball, not picked by Saini. Trying to play it again into that favoured leg side, but gets nothing from it. And again a slower delivery, and again a very similar outcome. Losing his balance, and it runs into the keeper for a dot ball. So it brings us to the final delivery of the first day of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And we finish with a dot. But what a day and what an evening we've had here on the European Cricket Network in Portugal, as Marlow Calanders take 2 from 2. They defeat the Coimbra Knights by 24 runs. And even though they were all but out of it pretty much, some absolutely outstanding hitting by Lavi Saini, Balwinder Singh, and also don't forget about Gurjit Singh. 25 off of 14 for him. But it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here as the lights are now in full effect. But what a day we've had. And don't forget that the cricket is only going to be away for a matter of hours, as Vinny Sandhu will be taking you alongside Corey Rutgers in Italy. But we take a look at the highlights of an exciting game, an exciting second innings here. Started off with a little bit of sun left, and that was one of the best shots of the day. Just pure wrists, eventually going for a bit of a silly run. He has to go. But once again, at the top of the order, a little bit of failure. Janai Khan, he had to go. 14 off of 9 for him, wasn't able to make the impact that he wanted. And Andrew Winter getting a little bit lucky with that one, as it was a little bit streaky down. But then this time, you can see that was on the hat-trick ball, wasn't it? Ends up costing him the 4 runs. And that ended up being played into the leg side. There were some lovely shots throughout that innings, it has to be said. Even though they were defeated by 24 runs, there was some beautiful hitting, especially towards the end. And I can't there. That was a big wicket. And then Winter trying to advance. Good work, good bowling from Asim Savad. And he whipped them off pretty quickly. Didn't really have much of a chance. But it's been an absolutely outstanding day, and a huge thank you to everyone in the chat. Obviously Mike Seal, Jamie Thomas, greetings from the drop. Doing well, mate. And alongside everyone that's been involved, Archie as well, James as well early on. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here in Portugal as we see off the rest of these highlights. And it has been an absolutely outstanding day of cricket. Not just here though, also out in Italy as well. Do remember we've got that cricket following up tomorrow morning, 6:30 GMT. It's a very early start, but plenty of cricket still to come on the European Cricket Network. So do subscribe to the YouTube channel so you don't miss anything from the European Cricket Network. But in the end, after some huge hitting from Lava Isaini, beautiful stuff to watch. And that's what European cricket's all about. Being able to provide a platform and grow the game. And that'll be a real personal milestone for him to be able to go back tonight. And well, look, this is what I did today. What did you do? But certainly some positives to come away from today's play for the Coimbra Knights. You know, the middle order coming into full effect in that innings. And then you can see here, right towards the end, right getting towards night cricket, which is always fun to see. That's what we're here for, the night series for the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal. It does give me an opportunity to thank everyone that's been here, helping on the ground. We've also got, so in terms of production for Spring Productions, without them we would not have any of these pictures. So huge thank you to Mislav, Ian and Daniel from Spring Productions, and a huge thank you to Conrad and Gert for doing the umpiring out there today. And also a huge thank you to everyone involved in Cricket Portugal and the Federation who's been helping us over the last couple of days setting up. But also thank you to Barry and Nina for the clubhouse and everything that they do as we take a look at the scorecards there. But also a huge thank you to everyone from our Blue Crew, myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Maxi, Tyrone, Miguel, and then alongside Shub as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to call these games for you. But do remember, plenty of cricket coming up. My name's been Charlie Hunt, and you've been watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good evening.